Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, welcome to the Old Humble Distilling Company. It is a live work day at the distillery today. And as you can see, I've already been working a little bit. Got a little heat in me. Cheers and salutations. I am the Old Humble guy. And this is the shop. I'll do a quick 360. Look at this. That is our new intern, Ichabod G. Crane. That is our storage tanks. That is our settling tank for the new whiskey. There are our stills. Over there is our, you can't see it from here. Can you see it from here? Oh, that's our radio, our second fermenter, our water towers. That is where the office will be. This is where the tasting room will be. These are bottles. Spin you back around real quick. Those are bottles. Ah! Which is going to be whiskey very soon. So here's what we're doing today. This tank here, that tank needs to be moved to that tank there using that filter there, or that pump there. And then I've got one more barrel that needs to go into that tank to let all the sediment in the barrel settle down to the bottom of the tank. Once we get everything in that storage tank there, oh, I'm filthy. Once we get everything in that storage tank there, it comes out of the storage tank and then goes into my proofing barrel so that I can turn it into 90 proof whiskey. Turn it into 90 proof whiskey and filter it and get it into bottles. It's going to be fun. So check this out. I'm going to, first things first, I'm going to turn the knob on that, plug in our filter. We're going to get this stuff going. So I'm going to turn you that way so you can see what's going on. I think that'll do it. Is that where I want y'all to see? Yeah, that'll work. Y'all can see what's going on. All right. So this is the first part of our 72 hours of live streaming from the distillery to make the next whiskey happen in the oil patch. Settle in, boys and girls. That's good. No leaks. Next up, open up that. Everything's sealed as we needed to. My sight glass is open so that I could. We're already filling up the tank. That is fantastic. So this is a gravity-filled system at this point. We got gravity pushing this down, lifting this up. They'll find their own level in just a second. If that's not going to be good enough, we're going to have to plug this in. Three, two, one. You have just a little drip going on over here. Not ideal, but it'll work. All right. A little vodka here. All right. You can see, actually you can't. You can see the level coming up on this tank, which is exactly what's supposed to happen. We're going to go ahead and fill this thing all the way up to the top. Be about 150 gallons, give or take. The 625 liter tank. So it's going to fill it up to be about, like I said, about 150 or so gallons, which will be about half of that tank, which will give me enough room in that tank to put our last barrel in and let it settle. Then I can start the process of moving things from this tank to our proofing barrels and going through the process of getting turned from 125 proof down to 90 proof, and then filter it 3 times, coarse, medium, and fine. Then once the filtration is done, it goes back into the bottle. And everybody's happy. we got going on over here. All right. Excellent. All right, so this is already dropped down from way up here. It's about halfway full. That's perfect. By the way, tonight I'm going to be over on the Facebook with Kuagenti. His talk show, standing room only, topical, current events, current topics, stuff like that. It's always a good time. His show is every Monday at 8 p.m. and it is always a good time. Tune in. It's a different type of nonsense than what we usually have on the Thursdays, but it is definitely nonsense. It touches on current events, touches on current topics. It is definitely worth watching, and it is a fun time to be had by all. Where's my phone? There it is. This way I can monitor what's going on. All right, so we're about 80% done, almost 85% done. And for my part, I'm working on getting up to 500 subscribers on the YouTube channel here. We get up to the 500 subscriber mark, and I will be spending a night in a haunted cemetery. Haunted cemetery. I don't believe in haunting, so I don't believe it's actually haunted. But it is a historic cemetery here in the city of Humble. And there's a whole lot to be said for why it's a historic cemetery. And what is significant about this particular cemetery. All right, we are up to 600. I need to close this when we get up to the top before I turn it off there. Because if I leave it open and I turn it off, everything's going to flood back through and go back into the tank. So once we hit the tippy top there, seal it off and put a little bit more in there. Give it a little bit more pressure. All right, now seal it off. All right, perfect. 625. Now, seal you off. Excellent. Excellent. Now y'all get to see a real treat. I will bring out Ichabod G. Crane, our newest employee here at the distillery. If I can find, I cannot. All right. So now we've got, stepping on things all over the place. Who's here? Hey, CB. Yeah, it is. Thanks for joining me. Yeah, actually, the real work we did yesterday was 6 of these barrels being moved from the ground up to the top of this, draining the barrels into the tote, so that the debris and stuff could settle out of it. Going to be a little bit tricky here because I need to seal off this hose, and we're going to lose just a tad bit of liquor coming out of this, but it's not going to be that big of a problem. Not going to be that big of a problem because I know how to do this because I've done it before. Ta-da! Now, if this was a significant amount of alcohol on the floor, it would not only be a very sad day, just on principle, it'd be a little bit dangerous because, of course, this is 120 proof alcohol and it's extremely flammable. But because it's just a little bit, this will evaporate off really fast, and I don't really have to worry about it much. Yeah, it's just, I mean, that's barely a glass. So what we're going to do here is I've got this last barrel here. I do this right, it won't roll off and hit on the ground and shatter into a million pieces. If I do it wrong, it just might do that. Yesterday, after doing this 6 times, not only was I exhausted, but I became pretty much an expert at rigging these things up and getting them where they belong. I don't know if y'all can see the difference here. You probably can't because this barrel's in the way. Let's get this barrel out of the way. Those 2 barrels you see there, one of them is a 50-gallon barrel that has my whiskey. Oh, appreciate that, CB. Thanks for sharing, man. The 50-gallon barrel, this is the big one, 50-gallon barrel. This has my whiskey in it. This is a 20-gallon barrel, and it has some aging gin from a company called Flower Moon Gin. Platinum award-winning gin made right here, the Old Humble Distilling Company. Very delicious. Find it in Total Wine and soon Specs. So first things first, we rig these bad boys up. And this is unofficially the start of the 72-hour live stream of work being done here at the distillery. Next up is going to be the actual bottling and barreling, or rather bottling process. Probably going to start tomorrow. Today is the boring stuff. It's the filtering, and there's a whole lot of that happens. Super dreadfully boring because it's literally just liquid moving from one tank to the next, to the next, to the next, and y'all getting to look at my booty while I work. But you know, there's worse things to look at, I suppose. All right. Now our gantry crane goes into position. One of these days, I'll be rich enough to afford a electric gantry crane, a motorized one, that I can just put over what we need and turn it on and hoist this crap up into the air. But today I got to work for a living. So there's no motorized anything. Any work that's getting done is getting done by hand. Did I just fuck this up? I think I did. Gotta make sure these ropes are not twisted, and they are twisted. And not in a good way. They're twisted in a bad way. Ah, crap, hold on. I knew this was gonna happen at some point. All right. Let's see here. If these 3 are correct. Make sure they're not twisted. If they are twisted, this will not work. Even a little bit. If it won't work, then we have problems. All right. That should be close to it. I did not bring somebody's got a rattle trap driving down the road. I did not bring Wally, the distillery dog, out today. He was tired from working with me last night, so he is home. This one damn rope is underneath and on the wrong side. There we go. I think we got it untangled. Beauty. Beauty! All right. Hook and hook. This is the thing about small business guys. We got to work. So every time you ask some small business owner for a discount on his product, family discount or family and friend discount, this is the work you're not valuing at full price. This shit's hard work. Doesn't look like it's hard work. It's like you're just sending your crate. That's like 1,100 pounds there. 900. Somewhere in that neighborhood. We did this 6 times yesterday with 6 other barrels. We got to put the barrel up on this platform here. Burns. All right. Not too far now. Looks like it's another 11 inches or so. Every time I go around, it goes up about an inch, give or take. But that is as high as it needs to go. Oops. All right, brakes come off. All right, gantry removed. This is the point of most expensive mistakes. Eventually, like I said, I'll have a nice big metal crane, or better still, a forklift that'll lift all this stuff into place. I won't have to mess with it. But I'm not at that level of extravagance yet. If anybody wants to drop about $15,000 on me, I would be happy to take it and mechanize some of these processes. But we're there. All right. Now we switch it from up to down. barrel in position. Bring it down the rest of the way. Beauty. All right. It's still on the straps. It's not quite off tension yet. Hey, Mon. Good to see you on the stream. My shoulders are tired. My arms are tired. Everything's tired. All right. Now, we take this off the straps for now. We take it off the straps. We're going to have to put it back on the straps in a minute. After we dump the liquid out of here. But next thing I need to do is replace the wooden bung right here. This is the bung. This is the bung. It's a rubber bung. These are called bungs. This is a bung. It is what goes in the bung hole, which is the hole on the barrel. The hole on the side of the barrel where it gets filled and emptied. So I'm going to replace that wooden bung with a temporary plug, a TP, a temporary bung for the bung hole. Nothing is simple, but it's all methodical. Step-by-step process of doing the things that need to be done. All a methodical process. Just like when Monica makes her art over on her channel. Not a simple process, but it's a methodical process. And you should go check her channel out. Because she is a cool artist, a cool person. And go check out CB's channel too. Because he was kind enough to join me on the stream, so go check out his channel. Tell him I sent you. All right. So now we rotate the barrel. I've got to get this hole over this hole. And remember, this thing's heavy as shit. This is an extremely heavy barrel. But it's on metal rails over here. My hoops are metal rails, so I can slide it fairly well. Because it has a single point of friction contact. Science content. Roll it around till it's in its place. That's about where I want it to be, I think. I don't want it to be 100% vertical. I don't think. I want to be close to it, but not quite there. Now I can slide it back to its spot. All right. We are there. All right, that's that. Now, there's two ways I can accomplish what I'm looking to do now. I can either, hey, Bacon's here, brother. Cheers, Bacon. Let's turn this a little bit so you can get a better look at my beautiful view out there. So I can either take a hose and jam it up in there to give me some contra airflow going in, or I could just pop this bad boy out, let it drain. That's what we're going to do. Let it drain. And now let gravity do the work. Cheers, Ed. Yes, I am hard at work. You can see, the view that I have here, the same view in the short that I posted yesterday. Just good whiskey, glug, glug, glugging out like it's supposed to. But what I get to do that y'all can't do, I get to sample it. And if you look, I don't know if you can see this. I can see it. I don't know if it comes through on the, here. Look at that. You can see the sediment from the barrel. Can you? Yeah, you can see the little flecks of sediment from the barrel. I'm hoping that will settle out in this tank before we do the first filtration. Before we do the transfer into there, most of that sediment is going to settle down to the bottom. And we have a channel that'll take the whiskey out. So most of that sediment's not going to transfer into the tank. And then when we do make the transfer from the tank into the proofing barrels, even more sediment's going to be left behind. But then I can start the filter process and go through 3 filtration runs to get any remaining sediment out of there. Guys, this is barrel proof whiskey. I'm not a big fan of barrel proof whiskey. This is some good shit. Y'all are going to be real excited when this Wednesday. I'll start labeling bottles tomorrow, but the reveal of the label will be Wednesday. And on our I'll bring a full bottle out. We'll do a taste along with a couple of folks at the Old Humble Distilling Company Pandemic Warehouse or Pandemic Studio. The labeling process, the filtering process, the labeling process, all that stuff tomorrow and Wednesday. We'll live stream all that too, part of our 72-hour live stream extravaganza. And then, we'll open up our doors on Saturday, have some few guests over. They'll be able to buy some bottles. I'm being pretty cagey with what this is, but when y'all find out on Wednesday, you're gonna like it. What we got over here? Yeah, you can see it some. Maybe, actually, it's settled in a little bit more. Let me see if you can. If I put it right there, maybe you can see it better. Lift it up there. See those little flecks? That is all barrel sediment. There it is. Those flecks are all barrel sediment. And inside that tank, there's a whole lot more settling out. There's a whole lot more settling out. This is just what came through on the stream. What is the barrel proof? The barrel proof is 125 proof coming out on average, coming out of the barrel. This is what it looked like. This is what it looked like. This is how dark it looked going into the barrel at first. It has been, we put extra wood staves in there to give it a little bit extra aging. So let me grab another bottle real quick. Behind the scenes, you can't see what I'm doing, but you just have to trust that I'm getting a fresh bottle. I got one around here somewhere. Is that a bottle? Nope. Is that a bottle? Nope. Is that a bottle? Nope. What is this? All right. So this is a straight whiskey bottle from one of our old runs of straight whiskey. See how much darker this got in the second with the extra oak that we gave it. Holy cow. I can see it. I don't know if it's going to come through on the camera. It's hard to see on the camera. Let's turn it this way. See if we can see the difference in the two. Can you see the difference in the two? I can see the difference in the two. This one is much darker. This one is much darker than this one. This has a nice red glow to it. And this one's much darker, much browner. So that is the extra aging. It is the equivalent of about 8.5 years in a barrel, because we added the extra oak. The extra oak gave it a significant, I mean, it's basically as if we cut everything in half and put it in small barrels, you know, as if we cut the volume in half and put it in small barrels for an extra 6 months. 6 months of aging, which gives it a much darker hue, much darker. Put my ugly face on camera so I can look at comments real quick. Yes, it is quite a different hay to just get darker. And here's a really cool thing: when I proof it down to 90, it retains that darkness. It's not just that dark in the barrel. This is hold on one second. This is the darkness that it was on day one. You can tell distinctly the difference. Look at this is day one barrel proof and day one at 90 proof. You can see that is a visible difference in the two bottles. Let's turn you down a little bit this way. See, that is a visible difference in the two bottles. And with the extra aging, the 90 proof looks just about like that. So I am very, very satisfied. Very, very satisfied with how this all turned out. Very excited. All right, but now, my gross sweat stains on my shirt. All right, now we do the next part. We got to get that barrel back up and off there. So now Ichabod goes back to work. Throw the strap under here. Reset everything up for the rigging. Just so y'all know, this is a lot more than I usually talk when I'm working. So I don't usually have people at the shop with me. So I go an entire day without saying anything. Believe it or not, for those of you who see me on my shows, when I don't shut up, when I jabber on about all kinds of nonsense, this is more than I usually talk in a given day. A lot more than I talk in a given day. Not that I'm antisocial. I just don't usually have a whole lot to say. And I am kind of antisocial. So there's that. I'm kidding. I'm not that antisocial. You can't hear anything I'm saying, I reckon. It's just pretty fucking loud. We're not done draining. I just will drip. That, friends and co-workers, is that. Put it there. All right. Now, I'm tired. Nightbot says hi. Cheers, Nightbot. A bottle of it is a bottle of it's a bottle of something. But definitely not wine. It's the other type of happy juice. Happy juice. All right. Look at I'm a fucking mess. Oh, Lord Almighty. It's not too hot right now. I mean, the temperature's probably in the low to mid 80s, I'm guessing. But no, Matubus. We don't have anybody helping me out right now. I did have an assistant working with me yesterday when we transferred 4 of the 6 barrels. But, you know, 1 barrel isn't that big of a job. 6 barrels is a pain in the ass. 2 barrels is about enough that you can do. That's what you can do in a day. And now the next step in the process, I mean, all this stuff can be done with 1 guy. It just takes longer with 1 guy than it normally would if you have, you know, groups of people. Because if I had a whole team here, while I'm playing around with that crap, the next person could be proofing the whiskey down to 90 proof. When they get the whiskey proof down to 90 proof, then we start the filtration process. But a whole lot of this stuff has to happen in sequence. Like, we can't start bottling it until we get it filtered. We can't start filtering it until we get it down to proof. We can't get it down to proof until we get it transferred. We can't start putting the labels on the bottles until we're finished bottling it. We can't box it until the labels are on. So, you know, it's a good chunk of this is a sequential pattern. But once we get the whiskey, the first barrel of whiskey proofed and filtered, then we can start the whole process, and all the parts of the sequence can be happening at the same time. but we will be getting to the point. Hey, yo, Lone Star, cheers, man. We will be getting to the point in the next 4 or 5 months where we have each one of these steps in the process working simultaneously. Like every day, I'll be proofing down another barrel of whiskey. So every day we'll be able to filter, and every day we'll be able to bottle, and every day we'll be able to label, or at least 2 or 3 times a week. While on the other 2 or 3 days a week, we go out and do sales and other work, promotional work, and shit like that. All right, so next, every single step of this process is a manual damn step. This is the part that's going to surprise a whole lot of people. Let's turn it this way. The equipment that I use to transfer from the storage tank here, that storage tank is currently full. You can see the level on the sight glass all the way up here, 625. So that's full up all the way. So these black barrels here are our proofing barrels. And I'm going to move that over here with the lift jack because it makes it much easier to move from place to place with the lift jack when it's time to do the important stuff of adding water to the whiskey. Over a cord. Be right back. Noise! Also, everything at the distillery is noisy as hell. Nothing here doesn't make noise. Everything is noisy. All right. These black barrels are the ones we use for proofing whiskey. Just had a neighbor drive by. If I get murdered, you know who to blame. That's the guy. Get this barrel out of the way. Over here where the fermenters are supposed to go. Y'all can't see anything happening over here, but trust me, it's riveting. Full-on riveting excitement. More exciting than the average man is supposed to have in his entire life. And I'm doing it in minutes. Much larger barrel. All right. I'm just going to proof one barrel at a time right now. Because what I need to do is get one of them started. I guess I can do all three. See these? Oh, but Old Humble guy, you have a distillery. You've got all the fancy equipment. Yep. 5-gallon buckets. The fanciest damn equipment on the planet. And a funnel. I was actually wondering where that funnel was. Glad I found it. Cheers. Oh, that is delightful. All right. I'm gathering up my strength real quick. I haven't had lunch yet. Hey, if anybody wants to send me lunch, go right ahead. The address to the distillery is on the website. 19301 Continental Parkway, Suite C. Promised my nutritionist, friend of mine, not really a nutritionist. Well, she is a nutritionist, but not really my nutritionist. She's just training to be a nutritionist. Anyway, I promised her I would have 3 meals with significant vegetable portions in them this week. And that doesn't include spaghetti. The spaghetti sauce doesn't count as a vegetable. It should, but it doesn't. And also Thursday, I'm doing that stupid Brussels sprout challenge I got myself suckered into. In case you were wondering, Brussels sprouts are the devil. They're the worst food on the planet. Everybody hates them, and for good reason, because they're terrible. All right, here. See those barrels? That is my proofing barrels. All right. Hey, Dorito, cheers. Okay, so here's what we got. I need to put 30 gallons of whiskey in these barrels. And then I add to that 30 gallons about between 14 and 16 gallons of water. These buckets are 5 and 6 gallons each. So I need to fill up 6 of these buckets and put in each one of these. I hate this part. But tomorrow, or the next day, I can't remember which day, we have a fluid pump coming. So all I'll have to do is fill up these barrels and then pump the fluid from the barrel into the bucket. But today, I do not have that. So today, I do it by hand. So each one of these, there's 4 to adjust this properly. There's 4 buckets here. I fill up each one. Helps if I open the nozzle on tank, which I would do if I wasn't an idiot. There we go. There's a tremendous amount of force coming out of this. Because it's that entire column being pushed down by gravity. But that's good because it goes pretty quick. Not good because it tends to splash. But I'm a relative pro at this, so done it plenty of times in the past. All right. I've got to do each one of these. That's 20, 60, 90. So 90 divided by 5 is what? I don't remember. I'll do Coos show from here tonight. That's 20. I need to mark this down so I don't forget. Sorry, camera, I got right in your face. 20. My handy dandy tabletop here. 20. Okay. And I need 90 total. So that's 20. All right. Do it again. And in a perfect world, I would have a flow meter and I could just pump this straight into the barrels. But I do not have a flow meter right now. It is on my list of things to get. In the new year. There's. All right, now these two would fill that first barrel. Then I'll move on to the second barrel with the next two. You know, when I was an accountant, nobody wanted to watch me work. Nobody wants to watch trust officers work. Nobody gives a shit about the process of setting up a trust account. Of course, it's kind of a job that doesn't exist, if not for the laws of the land requiring it to exist. Get it? That is 5. Hot damn. All right. We all at 5? Yep. All right. Seal you off. Tank 1. Tank 2. All right, so that's 30 gallons in that one. Now we move on to this one. I'm going to put a lid on that one. But I do not forget that it is full. This is hard fucking work. Harder than I've ever worked at a bank. 30, 10. Okay, the next load. Checking on the chat here. Oh, that's a fucking workout. All right. Y'all enjoy chatting amongst yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free. The more I look at chat, the more I get to catch my breath from this shit. All right. This next load will fill up that second barrel. And then, next load fills up the second barrel, and then I can plug this back into my tote and transfer the whiskey from the tote into the upright One more time. Get down there. By the way, if alcohol splashes in your eye, it hurts like a bitch. So try not to let that happen. In general, your life lessons from your old Uncle Joe, the old humble guy. And also, you'll notice I turned around so y'all aren't staring at my ass. You're welcome. This should do. All right, so this will fill up the second barrel. And yes, I know there are better fixtures to have. Like I said, flow meter, an actual handle that controls the flow, like a gas pump. These are things I would like to get. And they're definitely on my list of things that I want to get the new year. Usually the volume that I'm doing at a single moment isn't this great. You know, I'm not doing 300 gallons at a time, or 300 gallons at a time. Usually I'm doing something closer to 50 gallons at a time. And 50 gallons at a time is much more manageable when it comes to, whiskey and stuff, lifting stuff, moving stuff. Because when you're doing 50 gallons at a time, you only have to move 30 gallons worth of whiskey, or 30 gallons worth of whiskey turns into, at barrel proof, turns into 50 gallons worth of whiskey at bottle proof in this particular distillery, because we bottle stuff at 90 proof. So, we're looking to fill monthly orders to the tune of 50 cases a month. 50 cases a month is, what is 50 cases a month? 600 bottles? 600 bottles is 3 of these tanks, so each week, I only have to fill one at a time. So we're going to get into a pattern next year. We get our volumes up to the desired levels of doing basically a barrel each week of a different type of whiskey, so that we'll have a different product available each month. It's all part of the business part of the growing process that we're going through. This is a new release which will be hitting the market in the next couple of weeks. And when a new release hits the market, there's a big volume up front and then a steady production cycle. We're going to have 3 more of these big releases next year. I hope that's the plan. 3 different labels. 3 more big releases with different labels that we're going to be releasing. Preliminary plans are something like a hickory smoked bourbon, a single malt, maybe a hickory smoked single malt Yeah, maybe we'll do something like a high rye bourbon, which may be our 72-hour blackout bourbon, be the high rye bourbon. We'll have that special release of the 72-hour bourbon, and then do the full-scale model of the bourbon. For general release for the rest of the year. And then do our pecan oak rye, recreating my great grandfather's recipe of pecan rye that he had on his old farm. And then bourbon rye malted barley. That'll give us 6 labels. Plus our Boomtown bourbon. It'll go back into production next year or later this year. The Boomtown bourbon. And then some other stuff that we'll have here at the distillery, like vodkas and rums. Of course, our space whiskey. That goes, literally, we're going to space to age before coming back to Earth. Wearing out, boys and girls. Last 10 gallons. That is that. This run, at least. Now, once I filter one of these barrels, I'll have another 30 gallons of space that I can take out of here. I'll have another 30 gallons taken out of there. Then I can transfer the whiskey from here into there. And this knocked it down. I mean, I only took out 90 gallons, but it knocked it down to over half, as one should expect. And this is about 160 or so gallons. I mean, y'all can do the conversion, whatever 625 liters is in gallons. Should be about 100 and oh yeah, that's right. Let's look back at chat, see what we got going on. While I take a breather because I'm tired. All right. I guess I could. What could I do? Let's look and see how much. All right, so we have a volume gauge over here on the side of our tote. And this tells me that we have just over 130 gallons or so in here. Just under 500 liters, or just over 500 liters. Over here, I can clearly see I do not have 500 liters of capacity. It needs to be down all the way down to here to have 500 liters of capacity. So, I've got to do math content over here real quick. And I've got to do science content. So y'all are going to be able to see. Jesus. Y'all are going to be able to see some of the science process that goes on here. But while I catch my breath, take a quick look. at the chats. Let's see here. We're scrolling up a ways because y'all been chatty. That's good. Okay, Lone Star, the proof coming right out. The proof coming out of the still. Okay, so proof coming out of the still. These are the stills. Those are my stills. That's the column. The column for the one over here on the left is back here. It is not attached. Here's the column for the other one. And I have a small still back here for test products and things like that. So the proof coming out of the still itself is between 150 and 170. I try to keep it below 160, but when it first starts coming out, it's a relatively high proof. So I need to fiddle with those gauges up there at the top to the little knobby things. You can't see them. When it first starts coming out, it starts coming out at about 180 or so. So I have to mess with these two knobs up here to either add to have more of the alcohol condense back down and more of the water come out, or just recirculate that alcohol into it so that I can reduce the proof coming out, because I want the proof coming out to be about between 150 and 160. Legally, whiskey is whiskey only when it is distilled at less than one, in the United States at least, when it's distilled at less than 160 proof. If it's more than 160 proof, it's not legally whiskey. So I need to collect up the whiskey at an average of 160 proof. So that's what is coming out of the still. What it is coming out of those storage tanks right now is about 125 proof. I'll be able to confirm that in a minute when I do my science content. Let's go down a little further. Yes, Bacon, it's 125 proof right now. Generally speaking, whiskey gets barreled at no more than 120 proof, but when it sits in the barrel, the water can soak into the barrel, the alcohol can evaporate, and the barrel proof changes from the proof that it goes into the barrel. I try to barrel my whiskey at about 115. Most places will barrel it at 120 just to make sure that they get a maximum amount of whiskey and a minimum number of barrels. So yeah, I'll put my whiskey in the barrel at about 115 proof when I make my bourbon. So there you go. This stuff is 125.8, if I recall, from the original measurement a couple of weeks back. Yes, McTubis. Thank you for mentioning that. I do go live on Thursday nights. This Thursday night, as a matter of fact, we are going to be doing a deep dive into rye whiskey, which may be related to the activity you're seeing right now. Maybe. Yeah, thank you. And doing our Brussels sprouts challenge that I've been talking about for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Lisa finally nailed me down and said, look, we're going to do the Brussels sprouts challenge. My lovely wife and Legal Lisa are going to be making 3 broccoli or Brussels sprout dishes for me to eat on Thursday. I mean, I did the Pocky One Chip challenge twice. I've done the Devil's Peanut, whatever the hell that is, challenge once. The least I could do is one healthy food, even if it tastes like shit. I'm sure my lovely wife and Lisa will make delicious Brussels sprout dishes. The only problem with those dishes is going to be that they're Brussels sprout dishes. So that's Thursday's show. Deep dive into rye and Brussels sprouts. What else we got? I almost got my breath back. And yeah, in a couple of weeks, it's not going to be the Thanksgiving. Actually, it may be the week before Thanksgiving, because we got this week and we have next week. Lisa will be doing her dating profile and updating her dating profile with the goddamn bacon. That is correct. Thank you for reminding me of that one as well. Um, it won't be this week, but it should be next week because the week after next is Thanksgiving. And I do not believe we're going to be doing a show on Thanksgiving because I have a family and I will have been working almost nonstop for 2 solid weeks getting this order ready to go. Yeah, that's 100% correct. On Thursday nights, I am less sweaty and less out of breath. And I'm actually more pickled on Thursday nights too because I usually I usually have a couple of drinks with our happy hour show. Um, what else do we got? Okay, so yeah, bacon. The answer to the question, the question asked. I'm not sure. The question asked was the proof coming off the still versus the proof coming out of the cask. And he, I assume I answered the question that was asked. It was very likely he meant the cask proof, cask strength. So I answered both questions. I tried to do that. Um, I'm married, so I oftentimes try to answer the question that I think was intended as well as the question that was asked. So there you go. What else? Brussels sprouts challenge. What is it? Uh, well, you're right. But I'm not going to have a bourbon that night. I'm going to have a delicious rye whiskey. Um, and there's a whole lot of fun history involved with rye whiskey. And for one thing I love telling people is that rye whiskey was the original American whiskey. It was American whiskey before Prohibition. It was the predominant whiskey throughout the states. And one of the reasons why we have laws describing whiskeys in the United States, codifying, we have a liquor code, we have a alcohol code that codifies the types of alcohol we have, is because there were people that would just like put a fistful of rye in whiskey and call it rye whiskey when it was definitely not rye whiskey. And that's kind of what they do in Canada, which is why Canadian whiskey is called Canadian whiskey and not typically called rye whiskey, because Canadian whiskey can be called rye whiskey without having any significant content of rye. For our purposes in the United States, rye whiskey has to have at least 51% rye, just like bourbon has to have 51% corn, and corn whiskey has to be 51% corn as well. So there you go. I prefer, rather than drunken debauchery, I prefer whiskey fueled nonsense. we don't get we don't get particularly debauched, but we definitely engage in the solid nonsense uh, activities. Good God, looks like I've been standing in the rain. Okay, the next part of this operation moves to over here. Can you see it from here? Let's see here, I can move this probably to there, and I can move this. Come on, to there. My hammer is on my cord. All right. So we will relocate momentarily to the next part of the operation. Once we get done with this part, it becomes very fun. Whoa, y'all are looking at the ceiling. Whoop. We don't need that. That should be about right. Yeah, okay, so there's our water tower, the inside water tower. This is where we collect up the water from our rain capture system. This water is twice filtered, twice RO filtered, and once UV filtered. So any impurities, any particulate impurities have been filtered out. Any biological impurities have been filtered out. This water is about the purest water you can get anywhere in the world. Just about. I'm sure there's some people who would be happy to dispute that for me, but they would be wrong. Number one proof bottle. Oh, sweet. This is my shameless advertising table right now. And yes, if you hadn't guessed, I am 100% putting off the next stage of this process. Because I'm tired, I'm out of breath, and I've got to lift 45 more gallons of water at least. There. Shameless advertising. And I'm okay with that. All right. So now what we got is another shifting of my computer. So what we're going to do, what you're going to do is see me do math for a few minutes, because I've got to confirm taking away empty bottles and bringing back full ones. Okay, so just so you know, this is our current lineup of whiskey. This is our Boomtown Bourbon. This is our, of course, straight whiskey, and a half full bottle of Special Reserve that we have on hand. I guess I could make it a full bottle of Special Reserve. I don't want to do that right now. But what I need to do, and I actually do not have my operations notebook with me, which is frustrating. But what I need to do is some science content. So let's come along for the ride, shall we? Let's do some science content, kids. All right, let me move these barrels over to where they need to be. They can join the party. Now, once the process of making the alcohol has begun, the actual alcohol content, the actual content of the alcohol, the volume of the alcohol itself doesn't change. This is something, I mean, it makes sense if you give it even just a moment's thought, but it's something that most people don't think about for obvious reasons. It's not something you need to think about. But when we ferment the grains, let's say we start with the fermentation process. We start with 200 or so gallons of grains and water and yeast. And we put them in the fermenter, and we do the fermentation trick where we turn water into alcohol. We get that alcohol content up to say, hold on one second, I gotta get some tools. What's he doing? What? He's off there in the distance. What on earth is he doing over there? We're doing some science content. So the quantity of alcohol in the system does not change from the point of fermentation to the point of bottling. So what I mean by that is, if we start with 200 gallons of alcohol in one of our fermenters, which is basically one of these things, we start with 200 gallons of fermented grains, and we ferment it to say 10% alcohol by volume, which is a healthy fermentation. It is an extremely healthy ferment. If you get it up to 10% ABV, but that means I have 20 gallons of alcohol, pure alcohol, 20 gallons of pure alcohol. I will never have more than 20 gallons of pure alcohol. That's why the fermentation is so important as the first step in making alcohol. Because if you get a bad fermentation run, from jump, that affects your yield all the way down the line. So if instead of getting a full 20% fermented, or a full 10% alcohol by volume, if I only get 5% ABV, instead of 20 gallons of alcohol, I only have 10 gallons of alcohol. And of course, I mean, you can easily do the math with the difference between 10 and 20 and the final yield on the process. It is, the technical term is that it sucks a lot. It makes for a very bad day. Okay, so here's what I'm doing first. I'm determining my original proof content of my barrels. I have 30 gallons at certain proof. Right now, the reading I'm getting is 120. 120 proof at a certain temperature, which is right at 68 degrees. I check my handy dandy conversion chart. Which is a table file that I get from the TTB, and I look up 120 proof at 68 degrees. And I find out that I have whiskey that is at currently 120 proof at 68 degrees. Well, it dropped significantly. It's now 116.9. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, that is right. Yep. So we have equals 116.5. 120 at 68. It's actually 116.9. And I will measure all three of these. They shouldn't be drastically different because all the barrels are blended together. But we could have a little bit of variance. I don't expect to have a huge variance. Like that bottle that I had that was 125 proof came out of one specific barrel. And coming out of one specific barrel, you can get wide variances from one barrel to the next, to the next. You can get extremely wide variances from one barrel to the next. But once you blend all those barrels together, you shouldn't have very big variances at all. Anyway, what was I saying earlier? The distillation, like the process through this, distillation, fermentation, distillation, and bottling, you don't get more alcohol out of the process. The amount that you start with is the amount you finish with. That is also 120 proof. I think we've got a nice stable proof at Give me that temperature, baby. Should be 68.0, 68.1, 67.9. Ah, we're perfect. Good. All right, so we got a good stable proof on all these barrels. So when you need to make the alcohol content go from 60% alcohol by volume to 45% alcohol by volume, you can't take alcohol out. You can only add water to. And that's the entire process from the beginning or from the distillation process to the end is you're adding water to it. The actual distillation process is taking alcohol out of the water, out of the dirty water, the unclean water, if you will. You're distilling alcohol, you're not distilling water. So we're trying to leave the fermented water behind, the sugar water, the grain water, all the stuff that's in the fermenter. We're leaving that behind and we're replacing it with clean, distilled, pure water. The same water that we started with, just without the grains. So, because I am kind of anal about this, I'm going to take a measurement on this barrel too. I expect we will get the exact same measurement, but there's only one way to be sure. That is nuking the planet from orbit. The only way to be sure. Alien reference. 68.1 degrees. Beautiful. And we have a temperature or proof reading of right at 120. Dead on dick. Nice. All right. As designed. Actually, let's bring this over here. Let me show you what we got with the hydrometer. So this is what we do. This is how we do it, baby. So for those home brewers among us, y'all can see this, but I've jiggled it around some. So this is the hydrometer. It is calibrated for a certain temperature. It's calibrated for 60 degrees, which is why I need to go to the conversion charts. So it tells me the alcohol content by volume based on the reason bacon we dilute the cask strength stuff with distilled water is because I want to bottle it at I want to bottle my whiskey at 90 proof. I do not currently sell cask strength whiskey. There is a market for cask strength whiskey, and I have not found the whiskeys that we have. I don't like the way they taste at cask strength. But this whiskey, I am rather fond of it at cask strength. So we may be doing a cask strength release in the distillery, and it may get out of the distillery at some point. But for now, that's where it's going to be. We make what we make, and what we make is 90 proof whiskey. At some point in the future, we may make additional types of whiskey that are not 90 proof. But for now, that's what we got. Okay, so now I have to do the math of turning 116 at 30 gallons into 90 at X number of gallons. So 116.9 divided by 2 times 30. 116.9 divided by 200 is 0.5845. So it's 0.58. It's 58% alcohol right now. 58% alcohol times 30 gallons is 17.535 gallons of alcohol. If I want 17 gallons, 17 and a half gallons of alcohol to be 45% of my content, which is 90 proof, I need these barrels to be 38.9 gallons, which means I need to add 9 gallons of alcohol to each one of these barrels. And it's going to be a little bit low because the alcohol is going to combine with the water and we're going to lose a little bit of the proof. But each one of these barrels is going to end up being right about 41 or 42 gallons of 90 proof alcohol. And 40 gallons is roughly 200 bottles of whiskey corn. So that is a perfect amount, absolute perfect amount for a couple of days worth of work. It also takes about an hour and a half to filter one of these barrels at 40 to 45 gallons. So first thing first, I'm going to add 9 gallons of water to one of these barrels and then take another reading. And this barrel is going to be the winner because it's the closest one. All right, it's 5. All right, this is 9 gallons going in. One of the reasons I throw the water in there vigorously is to help stir it up and mix it when it goes in. I don't want the alcohol settling on bottom. When I take my next measurement, it's got to be mixed up so I make sure I throw it in there nice and heavy. And I also do one barrel at a time because if I get it right with one barrel, then I just have to do the same thing for the other 2 barrels because all 3 barrels are identical. Plus 9 gallons, 2.0. I record absolutely everything I do on these proofing days because I can go back and look at my notes. And the next time I do this, it's pretty automatic. Let it settle for a second. And go in and take the measure. And for this, I've got a different hydrometer that I use. It's a little bit more dialed in. And I like to have it overflow at the top so that I can make sure I have a good bubble at the top, a good bead. It's not uneven. Because if it's in the middle of the hydrometer, it can be uneven and it's hard to get a good read on it. Let some of that air settle in there. Take a read on the temperature real quick. The temperature has gone up from 68 degrees to 70 degrees, almost 71. 70.7 degrees to be exact. So I'll round that up to 71 degrees. So I've got 39 gallons at 71 degrees, and the hydrometer reading is, drum roll please, 90 987, 96. We're right at 96 at 71 degrees. So 96 proof at 71 degrees will give us, got to go to the next page on the chart. 91.3 is my current proof. And I need to bring it down 1.3 proof. All right. So, again, math content. 39, 91.3 divided by 200 times 39 gallons. Divided by 0.45. I need to add a half a gallon. And I don't want to add much more than a half gallon. But I don't have marks for half gallons. Shit. That should do it. I'm okay with being at like 90.5 proof or something like that. I don't want it to be more than 2 proof points off. I don't want it to be more than 1 proof point off. The government allows for 2. So I could have stopped at 91.3. I would like it to be closer to 90. And this should put me right where I'm looking for it to be, which should be, according to my chart, I should be right at 95, 94 or 95 proof. Let's see what we got. My marketing manager just texted me, asked how the ride's coming along. Oop, let it slip there, didn't I? Pretty sure this is a badly kept secret at this point. All right, check the temperature. We got 72 point. Ooh. We got 72 degrees is the temperature that we have now. So every time I add alcohol, there's a chemical reaction that's happening. It's not a chemical reaction. It's a physical reaction that's happening where the alcohol is bonding with the water. So it makes the temperature go up just a little bit. 39.5 gallon at, what did I say it was, 72 degrees? Yeah, 72 degrees. And we have a temperature or a proof of, where you at? Right at 95 proof. Which puts us at 89.5. And since the temperature is actually a little bit lower than 72, between 71 and 72, we're at 89.9, which is dead on. Perfect. That is about as good as you can get with the measurement processes that I'm using. We can go with 89.9. All right. Voila. Let's check comments. See what's going on in chat, boys and girls. Nothing's going on in chat. Hot man, good. All right. So now, checking back to my notes, I need to add 39.5 gallons to the other 2 barrels. $39.5 gallons to the other 2 barrels, and then we are good to go. much? I'm getting hungry. Can't believe none of you people would order me a DoorDash. God, y'all suck. I'm just kidding. Sure would like a Subway sandwich, though. 9.5, yeah. All right, let's go. That's 5.5. That's 4. Five and a half. And that's 4. See, another trick, super secret behind the scenes trick, if one of these barrels is a little bit high, I can knock another one down a little bit low and balance them out, because they will get blended together through the filtration process. At least half of every barrel joins half of every other barrel. Or half of one barrel will join half of the next barrel. That sort of thing. So the only ones that are actually standalone barrels is the first barrel that I start to bottle. Because the first half of this barrel goes into the bottles, and then the next barrel behind it starts to get filtered into that barrel. And on and on and on and on. So the first half of the first barrel is actually a standalone. It's actually a standalone barrel. And probably the last half of the last barrel is probably a standalone barrel as well. Oh, Fort Lauderdale's calling. Let's see what they want. Hello? Yes? I'm great. Nope, you caught me at a terrible time. Friday. Some people. That was nice this time. Did get a message from my marketing manager. Got to shoot him a message back real quick. All right. So there we go. Times 3. 39.5 gallons times 3. All right. Now, on to the next step. So, each one of these barrels has to be filtered 3 times. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter the first one 3 times, and then work on the next 2, 1 stage at a time. And actually, I should get 3 bottles or 3 barrels behind, or at least 2 barrels. I have a couple of the white barrels over there. Oh, everything's a mess. Hello, camera. Beep boop. Mixing and aircraft maintenance. Aircraft maintenance. Yeah, I can see that. I guess fuel mixing, I guess is what you're talking about. Oh, of course, there's also one more important step that I haven't done. Once you mix and blend, once you blend the whiskey, you got to taste the whiskey. And God damn, that's called quality control, and that is it's delightful. It's absolutely delightful. Um, see this in a bottle for you. Proper 90 proof money shot. This is where we started. This is where we finished. This was day one when the barrels came in. This is 90 proof. Day, whatever day this is. This is 90 proof before the second aging. See the difference in color there? This is brown or amber. This is a nice deep brown. Well, I'll tell you, the difference in flavor, y'all just gonna have to take my word for it. This doesn't have a medicine-y aftertaste. Doesn't have that shiver that goes down your spine when you're drinking shitty whiskey. There's I don't know why people don't make whiskey like this more often. This is fucking delicious. I'm just saying. The lack of this type of whiskey, the fact that the world has not had this whiskey yet is a travesty. I mean, this is the fact that there are people out there who've never tasted this in their entire life is probably the third or fourth greatest tragedy in the history of humanity. I'm not being third or fourth. I mean, it's not the greatest tragedy in the history of humanity. There's greater tragedy. But the fact that people have not put this in their belly, I mean, that's got to be the source of 20 or 30% of the problems that are in the world today. I mean, I can't do anything about climate change with this, but I mean, maybe I could. You just stay home and drink delicious whiskey. Then you're not out there polluting. I mean, maybe that's how we solve the problems of the world. People stay home and drink my delicious whiskey, and then there's going to be less fighting, less traffic because you're staying at home drinking delicious whiskey. I mean, hell, we could get this delivered through DoorDash, Smart Cart, or whatever those delivery services are. I don't see any reason why you got to go anywhere. You get people bring you your food. You get people bring you your whiskey. You get people deliver your entertainment through the interwebs. You don't have to go anywhere or do anything. Why? I mean, that solves traffic right there. That solves a significant portion of global warming that's related to traffic. People driving around and polluting the air with their gas guzzling automobiles. I mean, there you go. I just solved. Goddamn, I saved Guam, Marshall Islands, and Guam because they're falling into the ocean because of global warming. And here's something. Here's a little bit of math. There's like 57,000 people in the Marshall Islands. They're falling into the ocean for global warming. They're talking about billions of dollars in remediation to save the islands, like give every resident like $1 million and just say, get the fuck off the island. Here's $1 million. Move wherever you want to move. That's like $57 billion right there. And then you don't have to worry about, not $1 million. You can't do it with $1 million. But like $100,000. That's like $57 billion right there. If you give everybody $100,000. Then, like, voila. You've solved the problem with the Marshall Islands going underwater for global warming. And everybody gets a new home. And they're not going to live on a beautiful island in the middle of the Pacific. But you know what? Nobody's going to live on a beautiful island in the middle of the Pacific because the Pacific Ocean is going to be over their head. I mean, it's not a perfect solution. The perfect solution would be them just staying at home drinking whiskey. But if you can't be perfect, you might as well be something. I don't know where I'm going with this. This is the point where Lisa usually tells me to shut up. Or she puts her head in her hands and she's like, oh, no, 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 no. But she's not here to babysit me, and I can stay and do whatever I want. This is my distillery. I can stay and do whatever I want. Because I'm also HR. This is our filter. It is a Buon Vino filter. It was designed for, designed for wine. It is a 3-pad filter. And I'm going to warn you now, it's noisy as hell. These are our old pads that I used for the last run of probably vodka because they are extremely clear and extremely devoid of particulate matter. Take a look at this. This is what gets filtered out of our alcohol. See that, those chunky things? That is barrel residue. That's actually probably the pad that was in the front. That's usually barrel residue. See, this one's mostly clean. That's what I'm looking for, is for it to be mostly clean at the end of the run. Because that tells me that we got pretty much everything out of there. See, there's barrel residue all through here. Tuna has entered the conversation. Cheers. What else we got? Yes, I have spoken. Squid-based whiskey. I don't. That does not sound good. I will discuss the mash bill on Wednesday. That'll be part of the big review. Yeah, it's going to be part of the big reveal Wednesday. But what I need to do right now is get this stuff in position so that we can do the next steps. So what we're going to do, we got 3 filtration runs that we have to do. It goes from here to there with the coarse filter, then from there to here with the medium filter, then from here back to there with the fine filtration. And that is the barrel that I'm going to use for bottling. So it goes 1, 2, 3, and then into the bottler. And then what we'll do is go kind of round robin from here to here, from here to here with coarse. And then I'll get a couple more barrels into the game just to maximize the efficiency and do coarse and coarse. And then do the medium filtration, and the fine filtration, The fine filtration will be the last run to go from barrel to bottling barrel. And I'll do all that stuff later on. Right now, I'm going to start the filter, and I'm going to go grab lunch because I'm fucking hungry. 1:30. Jeez. Like I haven't eaten all day. But my filters are here behind me. So let me get those first. And then I'll check more of chat in just a moment. So first up is the number 3 filters, which are 200 loose. Which one is it? I think it's the number 3 filter that I start with. There we go. Sit tight, bear with me. Number 2. All right, we're set. So first thing I need to do is take these filter pads and soak them. 2, 3. Soak them in the whiskey. Actually, I think I'm going the wrong way. The number 1 pad over here, if I'm not mistaken. I need to start with those. These are one of these. It says fine, but I'm not sure they're fine. These are the ones I'm looking for, I think. Yep, these are the ones I'm looking for. These are the coarse pads. All right. These are the pads I need. The first step of the process, right here. We take this, let them soak in there for about 45 seconds. And I will check. Chatsky. It just goes right in there. Boop. Give it a minute. Check the chat. Yeah, the big reveal will be in a couple of days. We stopped using corn for, fun fact. Hey, there you are. Fun fact, the corn used in gasoline additive, it is literally the same, the additive in gasoline is literally the same alcohol. Ethylene, whatever it's called, ethyl alcohol that they put in gasoline. Same alcohol that's in there. Absolute same alcohol. The alcohol you get for vodka comes out of the same giant factory towers as the alcohol that they send to gasoline as an additive. But it's the exact same strain. The only difference is they add something to it, denature it so that you can't drink it. It is gross. I mean, it'll kill you if you drink it because it's denatured. But that's exactly why. What is this? I think every resident should get a gallon of Old Humble whiskey, and the government should pay for it, and we will absolutely charge 50% extra on those gallons, and that is the appropriate way to go, I believe. Kraken and a tuna in a death match. Oh yeah, that is yeah. I could see that. That'd be fun. I would love to see that. Kraken and a whole school of tuna fighting a kraken. Oh, there you go. Let's get you down here so I can see you up there. You can see me down here, and you can see my filthy workbench over here. All right, y'all are having fun. Good, have fun. All right, back to the filter. Let's get this shit set up because I'm hungry. Did I mention I'm hungry? I am hungry. And none of y'all have sent me food. Disappointing is what it is. Absolutely disappointing. All right, crack this baby open. Now, typically, what will happen is when I'm running the filter, I'll fill this up, and at the same time we're filling it up, I will run the bottling machine and bottle it as well. But because I'm actually running the filter 3 times for each barrel, I'm not going to be running it until the very end. And it is a racket. It is loud as hell in here when all these machines are running at the same time. You'll see. This is not a subtle machine. And as it runs, and the pads start to fill up with particulate, it begins to get louder and louder and louder. All right, this goes on there. This goes on here. Powered up. And there we go. We got water or liquid coming up into the filter, running through the pads. And there we go. First filtration. Also, I'm still on a quest for 500 subscribers. We're about 25 away. I would really like to spend the night in that cemetery because I haven't been camping in a while and the weather's gotten really nice. If we can do it before the next couple of months, that'd be cool because the weather's going to get really shitty by the end of January. And I don't want to be camping out in shitty weather. So, tell your friends, get folks to subscribe, push us over that mark. That'd be nice. Appreciate it. Hell, I might even give away a bottle of whiskey when we hit 500 subs. Speaking of bottle giveaways, I just got a message from the safety doc letting me know that the bottle, the Astros, not Astros, the special edition orange championship bottle has arrived. So if you watch Safety Doc's podcast sometime this week, I'm pretty sure that bottle will be there. Pretty sure. All right, I need 30 gallons of whiskey. Whiskey. Rye whiskey, rye whiskey. I don't have rye whiskey. Rye whiskey, rye whiskey. 20. 10 more. Sound like a CrossFit coach. That was 20. Give me 10 more. 10 more reps. 9, 8, 5. I lost count. Start over. That's all the barrels that I can fill at the moment. What we got going on in chat? Hey, Twisted. Cheers. All right. I'm going to sit down before I have a heart attack because I'm fat and exhausted. I got a break. I'm going to use it. Actually, hold on a second. We got 500. Nice. I got 500 liters left in the tote, and I do not have 500 liters of space in my tank to pump it. I'm going to have to wait for one of these barrels. Nope. There's nothing I can do. I can't transfer it out of the tote into my holding tank until I start bottling. But that's fine. Transferring it into the holding tank is easy enough. May dump that. I don't think I need that anymore. I'll make that decision later. Like I'm fairly certain I don't need it anymore. All right. Let's lower you down to the eye level. Turn you this way. Look at my big fat man boobies. You over here. There, let's look and see what's going on in chat. So this is the first part of my 72-hour life. So it's not going to be 72 contiguous hours. It may not even be 72 hours total. But we get this done. Rum infused tuna sushi roll. Actually, that sounds good. And you know what? You know what? We got a. I am going to go ahead and reveal it. Who asked about the mash bill? Y'all want another mash bill? Give me give what do we got? Give us some thumbs ups. I don't even know how many thumbs ups there are. You want another mash bill of this whiskey? I'll tell you the mash bill of this whiskey. Thanks for the share, Twisted. Appreciate it. We'll take a look at the video real quick. Visit us on the YouTubes. Get us our subscribers, our little subby subs. Where are we at? 476. We need 23 more. How many likes do we have on this video? 0? That's about right. Oh, we got 11. Okay, cool. Let's get 15 likes and I'll share you the mash bill. I'll tell you the mash bill. I'll tell you all about why we did what we did. It's actually a fun history behind the whiskey itself. I feel like I'm yelling. Am I yelling? I'll stop. Lone Star's got the 12 thumbs up. That's awesome. Good. Give me 15 and I'll give you the mash bill. I'd like to get, and also, by the way, 500 subs. 500 subs, I spend the night in, I think I've got, in fact, I know I have an overlay. I'll find the overlay of the actual 500th episode that I want to do. What is it? Is it the imagery? Is it the ad photos? That's the Whiskey Brothers show. They're doing construction over on 1960, which is just around the corner from the shop, and it's loud. I should probably put my glasses on to make it easier to read this stuff. Advertisements. Old Humble, BCBC. I had one of like, what would we do for 1,000 subs? We do for 500 subs. Maybe it's still in PicMonkey. I got it. I got it. I'll put it up there. PIC. So the software, the website, the service I use to edit my video or my where are they? Oh, they're way over there. I can't reach them. To edit my pictures is called PicMonkey. Unsorted, or is it? I'll find it. Calm down. Just relax. New Year's episode. There it is. Is that the one? It's Twitter, Facebook. Let's see this one. I think that'll be it. Uh, we download it. JPEG. Good. Okay. Calm down. We'll get there. Now I just need to upload this particular overlay. Where is it at? From downloads. See, this is content. Ba-dam! 500 subscriber challenge. One night, haunted cemetery. That is not the cemetery. The cemetery is actually called the Pipe Yard Cemetery. See if I can pull it up. The internet here at the distillery is much more robust. Pipe Yard Cemetery. Images. And it's a charming little cemetery. It really is. It's a gorgeous little place. Show us the video or the picture. I will share the picture real quick. Share. Screen. Tab. Is it that one? There it is. That's one of the pictures. What happened? I don't think I added it. I need to add it to the. Although it's not showing the actual fucking picture. There it is. These are people putting. This is actually, I think, the workday at the Pipe Yard Cemetery. That'll do. We don't need to keep sharing all this stuff. Lloyd's Bar, that's here in town too. It's beautiful. All right, that's good enough. Done. Anyway, we'll be staying at the Pipe Yard Cemetery. When we get 500 subs, get us our 15 likes on this particular video. Eating avocado 1,000 subs? Ugh. Avocados are the fucking worst. Why would I eat an avocado? I'll sponsor a giveaway. Sure. Like I said, I'll probably give away a bottle in the 500th episode. I'm probably going to give away a bottle of this whiskey. I give away bottles of whiskey all the time. I'd be happy to sponsor a giveaway. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, Lone Star. Yes, I'll sponsor a giveaway to get me to the 500 mark. Hang on. Sitting here squinting, trying to read the shit on my screen. Can't see anything because I don't have my damn glasses on. The answer is yes. Yes, I will happily give away stuff to reach 1,000 subs or 500 subs or 1,000 subs. I'm happy to do that. You know I'm happy to give away booze. We make booze. That's what I do. I give this shit away. I give it away and I sell it. The more people I can put my junk, the more people whose mouths I can put my junk in, the happier I make the world. And that is absolute true fact. And, you know, usually when I give away whiskey, the only stipulation is you got to be a sub to the channel. There's something going on on the show. Be present to win and a sub to the channel, and that's my typical rule. I don't make it particularly strenuous for people to win these things. Show up. That's kind of the rule. Just fucking be there. And I realize the audio probably kind of sucks because I don't have my microphone here. It's just the webcam mic. But I think y'all are grown-ups enough. Y'all can deal with that. Y'all been able to deal with it this whole time. I thought the sound that I heard was construction. It's actually my bottles clinking together over here on the table. So there you go. It is 2 p.m. Hold on. Let's go over here real quick. All right. Need to make sure that was cranked down nice and tight. Ugh. So that we weren't leaking too much liquor. So that filter, those are these are paper pads, paper filtration pads. They're that's all they are. It's just paper pads. So in order to maintain a seal, they have to be soaked, which is what I did before I started the filtration. I had to soak them there for 45 seconds, get them saturated with the whiskey, so that they wouldn't, so they would maintain the seal. But they still drip a little bit. I mean, they're paper, obviously, so they get saturated. They're going to drip. So we lose a little bit of whiskey at the bottom of there. I mean, I can see it dripping. You might be able to see it dripping as well. Um, we lose just a little, just a few drops. Eventually, this will probably, if we do enough of it, this tray will be up to about midpoint. And usually, I can take the drippings off of that tray and just dump it right back in to the next barrel and filter it out. I won't be doing that this time because I did not clean that tray out before I started. But usually, when I clean the tray out, I can do that. Lone Star, I would really like to see me hit 1,000. But yeah, 500 is a good start. I want to cross that 500 mark because that'll put me on the path. That'll put me on the path, obviously, to the next milestone of 1,000. And by the time I open up my tasting room over here, this is where the tasting room is going to be. That's where the tasting room is going to be, right? Basically, so these pipes over here on the side, that's the bathroom. So that line on the wall is the front edge of the bathroom. The tasting room is going to be all that space in front of it. And that is going to, when we start having bands out here, they're going to play there in that corner, and we'll also be able to set up a stage in front. There's a company in town called SOFAR, SOFAR. They do little pop-up concerts, and I've signed up to be a venue for them. Hopefully, we'll be able to do a monthly series of pop-up concerts here at the shop. But one of the things I want to do is record those concerts or live broadcast those concerts. Turn the camera, literally just turn the camera, start the show, and be done. Our happy hour shows will convert from a 2 hours of nonsense to an hour and a half or so of nonsense and an hour and a half of the band playing. And then if we can cross that monetization point, the money that comes in from the monetization, I can split it with a band to get them a little bit more of a payday. So that's kind of the ultimate goal, is to support local music, support local artists, and use that venue, this venue, and that stage as an avenue to give them a broader audience and a little bit more cash on the weekends when they come to play. So that's the ultimate goal, and that includes not just bands, but comedians, performers of all types, comedians, sideshow, burlesque, artists of the traditional variety, when Twisted or my sister or Gary or anybody else who does paintings or pours like Monica and Twisted. If they want to display their art, we can display their art. Kind of do a walkthrough, a virtual gallery type of show. Put it out there. They can sell their art, and any monetization that comes from the video, we split the monetization as well. So, my job obviously here is to sell whiskey, make and sell whiskey. That's my job. My job isn't necessarily to do concerts and concert promotion and all that stuff. So I'm not as intent on or as focused on earning money off monetization and Google ads and selling merch and all that other stuff. But as that comes with it, then I can use that to A, sell more whiskey, and B, support the artists who help support the channel. And it all kind of comes full circle. And you know, one of these days, I'll have my own channel on like traditional media. Bullshit. That's nonsense. I'll never do that. It'll always be here. It'll always be at the distillery, and it'll always be probably through our website. And I appreciate that, Lone Star. Squid bar. Yes. Squid bar. I did not. Wait. How do we? Wait. Now. Wait. When did Nightbot ban? I think we just put you in timeout for a couple minutes for spam, but I didn't do that. That was pure Nightbot. And you're not banned from my channel. You're never banned from my channel. I can overrule Nightbot because Tuna, the Tuna Emperor, has access to my whiskey empire all day, all night. You're welcome to come and join. I'm thirsty. I'm hungry, but I need to let this finish its run before I go get food. It looks like we've got about 20 minutes left. So what I want to do is finish that barrel and start the second filtration. Now to rinse that barrel out, start the second filtration, and then I'll turn the camera onto the filter, and I guess y'all can watch filter cam for 15, 20 minutes when I go to Subway and get myself a meatball sub, because I am hungry. My kid needs to be picked up after school at 5 o'clock, so I am going to wrap this up for sure by 4:30, and then I may start it back up again later tonight. The goal, of course, 72 hours, starting today. When did I start this? Around noon? It's 2:29 now. I'm at 2:20, a runtime of 2.5 hours, which means I started at 11:30. 72 hours would be 11:30 on Tuesday, Wednesday, 11:30 on Thursday. Yeah, we could do that. 3 days of live streaming. We'll probably get 40 hours of content out of this. I can. Exactly, Tuna. That's exactly what I was saying. I can dump the tray into the next barrel and filter out any gunk and stuff that came into it. But I don't know. I don't remember what I made last time. I'm pretty sure it was vodka, but that tray's pretty filthy too. I know that the whiskey sterilizes just about everything it touches, but I don't want to dump that crap back into my whiskey because I don't know what that crap was. And there's not much in there, so I'm not really losing a whole lot when I dump that out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, just got sidetracked. But yeah, usually I will dump it in there, and when I do the swap of the filter this time, I'm going to clean it out and make sure that it's nice and clean. So there you go. Are we at 15 likes yet? Because I want to do the reveal. Because hey, if we don't get it done today, it's going to start over. Because I am a cruel taskmaster. It'll start over. 14. Y'all are close. We got 14 likes. We hit 15. I give away the mag. Can I like my own video? Can I like it? I can like it. That made 15. Really? You can like your own video? That's kind of lame. All right. Well, here's a sneak preview. Dude, make your way down here. Come on. You got time during the next 3 days. Make your damn way down here. I can, you missed the really heavy lift, like the literal heavy lifting. Look at this shit. That boy right there. Look at that big boy. That is Ichabod G. Crane. This is what lifted my barrel. Ichabod G. Crane lifted my barrels up onto my tote. Hoisted them up, put them on the tote, dumped the whiskey in, dropped it back down. These 45 gallons of whiskey in there. You fill them with about 45 gallons of whiskey, they turn into something like, I don't know, 8,000 pounds. I don't know. I can't math right now. Too hungry to math. Jesus, it's 2 o'clock. I'm starving. 16. Okay, so mash bill. Mash bill. Hold on. All right, boys and girls, y'all ready for this? I'll stop that forever. This corn. This malted barley. This is rye. These are your 3 primary components in most whiskeys that you will encounter. Bloody hell. There we go. Rye. These are your 3 primary components in most whiskeys you will come across in your entire life. There are wheated whiskeys, there's rice whiskey. We got plenty of it over there, rice at least. This is your next major ingredient. I'm not going to pour this in my hand. That is yeast. Okay? So your 3 primary ingredients. Hold on. Hear that noise? It means we're pulling water. Or pulling air, rather. Need my paddle. Where's my paddle? Here. All right. I'm going to be interrupted again in about 3 minutes, so. Crop layout? What the fuck does that mean? Anyway. All right. So I tipped that on its edge, so I have a little bit more. Come here. Show you what's going on inside that barrel real quick. See? Almost empty. I needed to tip it on its side to give it a little bit extra, a little bit extra juice down there. So there you go. All right. Oh, and Lone Star, there's a whole bunch of hotels around here that are nice and cheap. The airport's real close by. There's a nice golf course real close by. Hell, there's a Best Western right over here. I don't know if it's pet friendly. Might be. All right, we're almost done with this run of the filter, and then I'll get back to talk about the mash bill. I promise I'll tell you what the new mash bill is. Just give me this. The thing about this stuff, it doesn't wait. When it comes time to do the work, it's time to do the work. Uh, and you know, with most jobs, you can take the night off and go fuck it and go home, and the paperwork will be there in the morning, and it's not that big of a deal. It's not that critical. But in this case, you know, there's 16 hours of work that needs to be done. You can't not do the work. It takes 16 hours to do it. And if you're there to do it, you do the work. If you're not there to do it, well, it'll wait. The work will be there when you come back. There's not somebody else who will do your paperwork for you. There's not somebody else who will run your TPS reports. There's not somebody else who and there's just not somebody else who's coming to do the things. You know, the whiskey needs to be filtered. The bottles need to be filled. The barrels need to be moved. That is the fact of life of an entrepreneur, small business owner. You know, so if you're in the middle of a conversation, trying to tell your wonderful fans about the mash bill on your delicious whiskey, and your filter starts to rumble at you, well, you have to tend to the filter, and that's how it works. And y'all just gonna have to wait in line. So that was the number 1 filter. This is the number 2 filter. The next filter, as you might guess, number 3 filter. So this was the coarse, the medium, and fine filtration that we need to run through. I'm going to go ahead, take a look at these filters and see what we filtered out. Look at that. See that? That's what we're getting out of the whiskey every time we run this filtration. And it's going to become less and less each time we run it. I mean, these pads are filthy, and they should be. I want them to be filthy. I want this stuff in these pads and not in my bottles. Because if this is floating around in the bottles, 2 things happen. One, it looks unsightly. It's gross. And we don't want it to look bad. It doesn't hurt it. It doesn't taste bad. You know, I mean, it's just barrel residue. It doesn't hurt the whiskey. It doesn't taste bad. It looks bad, and that's it. Where did he go? Whiskey streamer, where did you go? We won't be able to find you. Oh no. But as I was saying, it doesn't hurt the whiskey. It won't hurt you. It looks unsightly. But the worst part is that if that stuff is floating around in the whiskey in the bottle, the whiskey will continue to age on the shelf. And if the whiskey continues to age on the shelf, then I no longer have control over what I sell. Or rather, I don't have any control over what you buy. And what you're buying is not the product that I'm making. What you're buying is the product that it became after sitting on the shelf or in the warehouse for 6 months or a year or however long it takes for that whiskey to finally make its way into your house. That's probably the worst part of it. And it sounds like it's not that big of a deal. And in the long run, I don't suppose it is. I mean, you end up getting a much better whiskey because it's continued to age. But you're also getting a product that I can't replicate if it has all that particulate matter in the barrel. That's a product that I can't replicate. And your next bottle is not going to be the same bottle you just bought, because your next bottle won't be the same age, because it won't have continued to age in the bottle the way the first bottle did. So, damn it. So what we end up having is unhappy customers. And we don't want unhappy customers. We sell happy juice. We want happy customers. All right. Activate the mechanism. Whiskey's coming up. Whiskey's coming up. Into. Ta-da! All right, come on. Get it up. Get it up. Get it up. The hose is not submerged. Get down in there. See, it's important to control your hose. If you don't control your hose, it makes for a bad suction. Makes for a bad suction and a bad filtration process. Damn it. Got to control the hose. Got to keep the hose under control. Got to keep the hose under control. All right. There we go. Voila. All right. Let's get back over here. Let's talk about the grain bill. Shall we? We shall. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. All right. So I showed you the grains that we have. Those three main grains, they're cereal grains. Whiskey is made from cereal grains. Rice, barley, corn, rye, etc. What the hell is Nightbot doing? What the fuck? All right, hang on. I gotta see what's going on. This is certainly going to entertain the shit out of me real quick. Oh, hey, Moose Gal, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Do 2 filters with the first one. Nope, I cannot. I can't do any. So you're not supposed to mix any filter pads with this filter. It's supposed to be one type of filter pad all the way through, all 3, all 2, all 1. You're not supposed to mix any filter pads. And then I don't want to do a partial filtration on the barrel. I need it to go all the way through so that I can clean the whole bit. Those filters can actually do probably 65 gallons or so before they get fully clogged up. And I've actually had them get clogged up with less using dirtier whiskey coming out of barrels. This whiskey's fairly clean because these filter pads are doing a pretty good job rocking it through. What else we got? Stop spamming the emotes? Is that who's spamming? What did Nightbot? Okay, Nightbot's got a. You got a warning? Who's? I don't. All right. Maybe I need to go in and adjust the settings on Nightbot. That little bot. Um, they're not clogged up. They they're not fully clogged up. They're still getting plenty of liquid through the pads. Uh, I mean, they're doing what they're designed to do. There is a pressure gauge on there that tells me how clogged it is, and I can tell with my ear. I've done this enough. I know what it's supposed to sound like. Okay, back to where we were. Really hungry, so we're gonna do this fast. Yeast, rye, barley, corn. This is what goes in my bourbon. Corn, malted barley, and rye. Our straight whiskey is corn and malted barley, as is our special reserve. This whiskey is 95% rye. It is a Pennsylvania style rye whiskey. Pennsylvania traditionally used high rye content. Maryland rye used rye with a lot of corn added into it. So when you get your corn, your high corn rye whiskeys, the rye that are 60% rye, 55% rye, 51% rye, that's your Maryland style. That was a little bit sweeter, a little bit less on the rye. This rye, 95% rye. It is as the rest is malted barley. Um, so it is about as much rye content as you can get, and it's got a nice peppery, grassy smell to it when it starts off. But we've done something to it that gives it a lot more balance. And there's a reason. Well, I mentioned what we did. We've added extra oak staves to the barrels. So instead of it being aged 3 years in a barrel, what we've done is the equivalent of taking it out of those 50-gallon barrels, splitting it into two smaller batches, and then aging those two smaller batches for another. We did it for another month. It's the equivalent of about 3 years. Uh, it's the equivalent of about 3 years aging in those smaller barrels. So what we've got here is a 95% Pennsylvania style rye with the equivalent aging of about 7 years in the barrel. And well, I tell you, I'll, I'll tell you if my whiskey's shit. I won't go out there and back it up. Uh, there are old bottles of whiskey that are out there that use old municipal water, and they are not nearly as high quality as the whiskey that we're pumping out of this facility using the rainwater. This whiskey, I've only tasted one whiskey that's close to this, and that's the Woodford Reserve rye whiskey. Their rye is barreled for 7 to 8 years, and this is as close to the Woodford rye as I've ever had. It's definitely better than the Bullet, but it's not saying much to be quite honest. A lot of people I know like Bullet, and it's fair because it's not bad. It's just every time I drink it, I get that medicine shiver down the middle of my spine. Uh, for $25, it's not bad. It's a fair price for $25. For $35, you're basically robbing me for this whiskey. And those of y'all who saw this the first time, the particulate matter that was at the bottom of the whiskey coming right out of the barrel, you can see what we have here. There is no particulate in this glass right now. There's nothing floating. So filtration, that first filtration knocked out a lot of the big stuff. Um, it's not gonna be quite clean enough to bottle yet, but that is divine. All right, I'm gonna put y'all on filter cam. I'm gonna go get a sandwich. I'm gonna leave this to run, but rest assured, I'll be back. Y'all don't want to see me eat a sandwich anyway. At least I hope y'all don't want to see me eating a sandwich. That's kind of gross. Is that good? Yeah, that'll work. Maybe I'll go get a some tuna roll sushi. We'll see. Be back in about 30 minutes, guys. filter cam. It's kind of boring right now. Let's do this. I fixed it. Camera came unplugged. There you go. Isn't that pretty? I'm tired. Tired. It's been a long day. All right. You guys. Oh my God. Durka Durka. Hey, I love. Actually, I like that movie. It's quite a good movie to watch. I'm going to fix Nightbot, but not right now. I did. I went and got a sandwich. I'm gonna eat my sandwich over here while the camera's over there. You gotta be stuff in my face. But I do need to put it up. So there's a local radio station that is currently doing erectile dysfunction on their. This is a bit of a monologue that is going to. Normally, Lisa would stop me right about now. She's not here. For your erectile dysfunction. Fuck it. I'll talk to y'all in a minute. There's the problem. Had a little air bubble in the hose. The liquid level gets up a little higher. Almost there, almost there, almost there. I'd give it a nudge. And we're back. All right. And that is that. Now, this is actually a very important step in this entire process. I've got to take this barrel and rinse it out. Because what we'll have down here at the bottom of this barrel in particular is down there at the bottom of that barrel is going to be crud, stuff that I don't want back in that whiskey. So I'm going to rinse this out before I put that whiskey back through the filter and into here for a fine filtration. That's that. It's not anything huge that's usually left in there, but it's usually something. And I don't want that to get in my bottles of whiskey. And I don't want to have to filter it a third time after or a fourth time after I've already filtered it twice. All right, now we do number 3. The third step is the number 3 filters. The number 3 filters, third step in the process. Same thing as before. Drop it in the juice. Clean out these filters. Check and see how much came out in the second run. I expect these filters, they're finer than the first batch, so they shouldn't have as much nasty stuff. But the nasty stuff is actually going to, see the difference? This is the number 2, this is the number 1. Coarse filter, medium filter. So that's the difference. And you can see there's still some chunky stuff coming out, but I'm expecting this last run to be almost clear of anything. We still have some chunky stuff on the outside. The discoloration in the middle is partly just the color of the whiskey, but also there's some finer particulate matter that's trapped up in there. And then with this last run, we'll see. No, 20 times is way too much. Way too much. I'll be here all month. But we will raise this up a little bit so that y'all aren't centered on my boobs. My noobs. All right. That's been our 45 seconds. Whiskey pads go in. Got an email from Total Wine telling me about their specials, of which my whiskey is not one of them. Not yet. All right. Poor little motor is working hard today. Colin's coming up. So what'll also happen is we'll get a little bit of that particulate matter in this filter, in the actual pump on the filter. And every once in a while, I've got to clear that filter out. I detach all the hoses, run clean cold water through it, blow out all the particulates and bits. And we're flowing. Whew. All right. Okay. Why is the filter leaking? Excellent question. Okay, so these pads. These pads, they're just paper. See, they're just paper pads. That's all they are. But they're like 0.5 microns, and it steps up from there to like 0.1 micron. It gets smaller as it goes higher. 1, 2, and 3. 3 is the smallest micron pad. So what happens? The reason I have to soak them in the whiskey before we start the filtration is because if it's not wet, if it's dry, it's full of air pockets and air bubbles, so it doesn't create a suction here. But when it's wet, it'll create the suction. It's enough of a seal that it can create a suction. However, because it's paper, it's still porous, and it's going to leak. It's leaking just a little bit. See, it leaks just a little bit out of there because it's paper. And it is what it is. It's just paper, but it's clean whiskey. And I can take that whiskey and throw it back in the barrel and filter it again. In fact, it's clean filtered whiskey because it's gone through the filters and there's no particulate in it. But I can take it, dump it back in here, filter it again, and hell, I can drink it. It's not going to hurt you. Nothing in there. Nothing in there is going to hurt you. I mean, unless you drink it in large quantities, because it is alcohol, and alcohol is a poison. We all know this. This should not be revelatory information. Oops. Did I just see Lisa Lee in chat? I do see Lisa Lee in chat. Cheers, Lisa. We are on our 3.3, 3.5 hours into our 72-hour live stream extravagant. '72-hour live stream extravaganza. But I guess I should say it's 72 hours of live streaming. I'm not going to be able to actually be here for 72 hours. I have to go pick my kid up.
at 5. So I'm actually going to shut this down in about an hour and a half. Yeah, because I've got to go pick my kid up from school at 5. I've got to go. I've got a show to do with Kua Genti tonight on Facebook. Standing room only. A standing room only TV show. Very entertaining, very fun to watch. Go check it out on Facebook. Standing room only. It's 8 p.m. live tonight. And I know Facebook is trash, but Ku's a good guy. Yes, tuna. It does. It just drops from the filter. It's not a perfectly closed filtration system. With the paper pads, it's a little bit open, but it's theoretically, I could seal it off so that it was perfectly closed, but I think all I would end up with is a reservoir down at the bottom that's filled up with whiskey. Because of those paper pads, and those paper pads are porous paper pads to propagate the product perfectly, producing perfectly pure product. Yeah, I'll go with that. How am I doing, Lisa? How am I doing? That is a great question. I'm doing fantastic. I'm exhausted. So this is what we've done today. In the last 24 hours, rather. We've lifted 7 of those barrels using this gantry crane. Turn that way. Using that gantry crane up onto that tote so that we could drop the whiskey into the tote. And then we transferred the whiskey from that tote to that storage tank. And then from that storage tank into our barrels that are here over my shoulder. 4 of them. I transferred 120 gallons from that storage tank into these 4 barrels behind me. 3 black barrels and 1 white barrel. 120 gallons at 5 gallons at a time. Then I added 9.5 gallons of water to each one of those barrels to bring the proof down from 116 to 90. That 90 proof whiskey is now being filtered. And starting tomorrow, that whiskey will go into bottles where it can then be labeled. Yeah, where it can then be labeled, boxed, and prepped for shipment. So if anybody wants to come tomorrow or Wednesday, doors open. Come help. I'll send you home with a bottle of whiskey. Yes, tuna. There are other filters that we can use. This same company, Bon Vino, makes a 20-plate paper filter with the reservoir down at the bottom that can recirculate the fluid back either into a cap bin or back through the system, depending on how you set it up. There are others that are column filters, where it goes in the top and it gets gravity fed down through kind of a swirl and down to the bottom, and it gets pumped out at the end. And then others that work in the reverse, where it goes up and it gets pumped out at the top. They both have different mechanisms. One of them uses filter pads to filter out particulate matter. The other one uses gravity and filtration surfaces. So as it goes up, the particulate matter filters down. But yeah, there's other systems. This is the one we started with. We're going to outgrow this system because, it takes an hour to an hour and a half to filter out a barrel. And that just takes too damn long when you start talking about uh, scaling up. Yes, the device to detect proof. You missed the proofing exercise. Come here. Let me show you. It's called a hydrometer. And that hydrometer, this one is pegged at 95. And at the temperature that it's at, right around 72-ish degrees, 95 proof on this hydrometer at 72 degrees is the same as 90 proof at 60 degrees, which is what this is calibrated to. So this is, if this were 60 degrees, it would be sitting up a little bit higher at 90 proof. But for the temperature where it's at, and there's a table with the TTB called Table A1. Table A1 is the table, the conversion table that gives you the temperatures, the reading on the hydrometer, and the actual proof that the hydrometer should read at the proper temperature. So that is how, using this, is how I determine where we're at. And it's basically a simple math. Well, I think it's simple. It is it's a simple equation. My alcohol by volume is a percentage of alcohol. And you start off with, at the beginning of the whole process, we ferment the alcohol. We ferment 200 gallons, let's say, we'll start with 200 gallons. We ferment that to about 10% alcohol by volume, like a nice hearty beer. Which means that the entire process from beginning to end, I will be working with, at 10% alcohol by volume, 20 gallons of alcohol. So out of that initial run of 200 gallons of mash, I have 10 gallons of alcohol that I'm working with. I'm sorry, 10% alcohol by volume, I have 20 gallons of alcohol that I'm working with. The job in the distillation process is to get that alcohol out of the water and basically liberate it from its icy prison, and get that 20 gallons of alcohol, as much of it as I possibly can. There's some of it that I don't want. There's the heads, the hearts, and the tails. I want the hearts. There's the heads I don't want, the tails I don't want. The short string alcohol I don't want, the long string alcohol I don't want. I don't want the methyl alcohol. I don't want the isopropyl. I don't want all that other stuff. I just want the ethyl alcohol, the stuff in the middle. That's the stuff that makes you a better dancer, makes you funny and attractive to the opposite sex. That's the stuff I want. Now, I'll never get more than 20 gallons out of it, of alcohol, out of it. So, assuming I can perfectly distill I did a perfect fermentation and all that's in there is methyl alcohol, or ethyl alcohol. I run the stills, I get all 20 gallons out of there, which means at 160 proof, at 80% alcohol by volume, perfect math, perfect process. I'll have, what is 20 at 80%? 20 gallons divided by 0.8. That means I'll have 25 gallons of whiskey at 160 proof. I take that 25 gallons, I add water to it, get it down to 120 proof, put it in the barrels. Sits in the barrels for the allotted time, comes out of the barrels. I put it in my blending barrels, and then I add water to it to bring it down to 90 proof. So I never, ever invent, after the fermentation process, I don't invent more whiskey. The whiskey I start with is the whiskey I finish with. The only difference from the date of distillation to the bottling date is that I've added water to it to reduce the percentage of alcohol by volume. I've increased the volume to reduce the alcohol by volume. The alcohol has never changed. So all this process from here out, I'm not taking any alcohol out. I'm not adding any alcohol to it. The alcohol I have is the alcohol I start with. all I'm doing at this point is adding water. So it becomes a simple math. You have X number of gallons of alcohol. I had 30 gallons of alcohol at 116 proof. 116 proof is 58% alcohol by volume. Multiply 58% times 30 gallons. That's how much alcohol I have. I want that alcohol to be 45% of my total. Do the math, and boom, I have 39.5 gallons of alcohol in each one of these barrels. That's it. It's involved. There's a lot of steps involved, but the math is really simple. It's just division and multiplication. That's it. And I'm a dork. I could talk about this literally all day long. And if left to my own devices, I probably would. Which is part of the reason why I don't have any friends and nobody wants to hang out with me. They're like, so how about those Texans? And I'm like, did you know that in the distilling process, you never get more alcohol after distillation? They're like, okay, you're boring. Enough. Tired of talking to you, science boy. But the other big reveal that I had today was this whiskey is 95% rye, 5% corn, and yeast. That's it. That is what is in this whiskey. And I do not have the labels here, so I cannot reveal the labels. They're at my house. We'll do a label unboxing in a couple of days, maybe tomorrow. We'll do a label unboxing and do the big reveal of the actual labels. And I'll label up one bottle of whiskey for people to see and touch. Well, y'all can't see it or touch it. Y'all just have to take my word for it. And we're also on our quest for 500 subscribers. We're at 476 now. We reached 500 subscribers, and we will do the thing where we spend the night in our haunted cemetery. The Old Humble Pipe Yard Cemetery is a cemetery it's actually not too far from this location. It's about 5 miles up the road this way and to my left. 5 miles up the road, it should be a historic cemetery. It's been in just on the outskirts of the city of Houston since the city of Humble, since I want to say the 1850s, since maybe it was just after the Civil War. But there are World War I veterans, World War II veterans. There's all kinds of folks. There's all kind of cool historical facts about that cemetery, not the least of which is the fact that it exists because the city fathers, and in their infinite wisdom, decided that the city of Humble needed to be a lily white city, and even the dead people could not stay in the city, and people were dug up and moved to establish that cemetery just outside of town. So it's got a very curious history to it, kind of a sad history, but also kind of a proud history, where those people who are buried there live lives of dignity and worth, and they should be remembered for who they were and what they were, even if the city fathers, in their infinite wisdom, decided that even in their resting, they weren't allowed to stay within city limits. And it would be really cool if we could help get that cemetery its national landmark status that it so rightfully deserves. Whiskey tutorial videos. I have not given a lot of thought to whiskey tutorial videos. There are actually a lot of whiskey tutorials out there of how to make and what to make and how to do. And we're not really set up for like home whiskey, and home whiskey is not really something that you can do legally. But there is fuel production, and there's a whole lot of fuel production videos out there, start to finish and all that stuff. My biggest weakness when it comes to making videos for the YouTubes is pre-recorded, edited videos. I don't have the time I'd like to say I don't have the patience for it, but I do. I've edited videos before. I actually kind of enjoy editing videos. I don't have the time to record something twice, which is basically what you do when you do a pre-recorded video. You record it, and then you go back. The second recording is the editing process, and the editing process can take 5 times as long as the recording process. When I'm coming to make whiskey, when I'm building that wall, I recorded the whole process of building this wall back here behind my stills. I recorded that whole process. I've got all the video on the camera. I just haven't edited it yet. I haven't had time to go back and put all the pieces together. I know exactly what I want it to sound like and what I want it to look like in the final process. I just haven't had time to sit down and do anything with the video. So, doing a tutorial would be interesting, I think, but it would be interesting, I think, but I would much rather have people come to the distillery. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll record one of the tours because I walk through the production process during the tours once we fire those back up. I walk through the production process of taking the water and grinding the grains and boiling the grains and fermenting the grains and going through the whole thing. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe. But of course, actually seeing the process in motion would be much more interesting. Yeah, we'll give it some thought. I don't know. I wouldn't hold your breath. Would not hold your breath. Check on the filter, see what's happening. We're almost done. Good. Okay. This is the moment in the show where I just stare at the camera lens and make you feel like I'm looking at you. And then you feel awkward. Or not. I don't know. Although I'm looking, I'm looking up, but it's like directly at the camera. So how does it look like I'm looking, do I have to be up here, like looking straight at, I don't know how TV works. It doesn't really matter. So on the agenda for tomorrow, once we're done with this filtration, I'm going to wrap it up for today. I've got to go pick up my kid. I've got to take a shower. I've got Koo's show, standing room only, that we're doing on Facebook at 8 o'clock. It is standing room only. Let's see if I can find the link to Koo's standing room only. Koo Agenti, local Houston comic. It is a slightly different version of the nonsense that we have on Thursday nights. Standing room only TV show. There it is. I can't share the damn page. How the hell am I supposed to? There it is. Copy link. Here's the link to the show. It'll be 8 p.m. tonight. That's where it's at on the Facebooks. Don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel. We had 500 subscribers. We're going to that haunted cemetery like I was talking about. Tomorrow is Tuesday. On Tuesday, I begin the bottling process. So all this whiskey's been filtered. If I don't come back here later tonight to begin the bottling process, I'll start the bottling process Tuesday morning. When I get here Tuesday, we'll fire it up. We'll fire up the internet machine here, and I'll do. I'll start the bottling process, and then. Oh, we got a whole bunch of emails that just came in. Like my emails just updated. We'll start the bottling process tomorrow, as well as the next stage in the filtering process. We'll filter through the barrels that are emptied, do the initial course filtration, and hopefully the second stage filtration as well. Then once this barrel is empty, we'll be able to transfer the next barrel into that with the fine filtration. But hopefully by then they'll all be on the fine filtration stage, which will be excellent. And then Wednesday, we should be able to kick off the labeling, the sealing and the labeling, and get on with the next phase of, of finishing this up. So by Wednesday, we should have labeled bottles, which means Wednesday, you get to see the label reveal. And Thursday, there's a better than even chance Thursday when we do a deep dive into the world of rye. We do a deep dive into the world of rye, the official reveal on the Old Humble Happy Hour show at 9 p.m. I'm doing the Brussels Sprouts Challenge also at 9 p.m. Thursday. And then next week, when Lisa's doing, next week, Lisa will do her dating profile review show where she has her dating profile reviewed and upgraded with Bacon? No. Who is it that she's going to be doing the, I can't remember. She's going to be doing the update with. I'll remember later. But we may even have a sip along of the new release. And I will be accepting applications, and I'll have to get those boxes out in the mail this week in order for people to have them by Thursday next week. That'll be fun. Not sure how to work those logistics out. And then, so we're going to be live streaming tomorrow with the bottling, live streaming on Wednesday with the labeling, and by Thursday, that'll be the end of 72 hours. So 72 full hours of live stream events, culminating in the happy hour broadcast at 9 p.m. on Thursday night. So there you go. I thought that I was trying to stretch that, make that take longer. It didn't work. Y'all are in chat. Ask me questions and I'll answer them. Otherwise, it's going to be a very boring conversation. Me just basically sitting here waiting for this filter to run. I could play a round of forts. New game I found. Well, it's not really a game I found. I've been aware of it for quite a while. There's a 900% chance I'll be playing forts later tonight. 900% chance. But yeah, for real, ask me any questions. I'm here to answer them for you. And yeah, while we're out here, of course, we're working on getting our 500 subs for our YouTube feed. You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on TikTok. You can find us on Instagram. You can find us on Facebook. You can find us on all the social medias. In fact, I'm probably going to record a couple of reels and maybe some TikTok vids tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday while I'm here doing this work. So some of this that you're seeing behind the scenes will be me in the full Old Humble Guy gear doing dumb shit, specifically for TikTok, specifically for Instagram, and even for the shorts here on the YouTubes. The shorts on YouTube seem to be much more popular than regular videos, which makes sense. I mean, they're 3-minute video or 3-second videos or 15-second videos or however long the dumb shorts go. Thoroughly entertaining. Oh, we're at 477 now. Very cool. Okay. Hey, Moose Gal, welcome back. Yes, absolutely. You get to judge the crap out of her. And do it. Absolutely do it. And it'll be not this week, but next week. Because this week will be the Brussels Sprouts Challenge. Her favorite Texan. I am your favorite Texan. It's true. This week will be the Brussels Sprouts Challenge, as well as the deep dive into rye. and Brussels sprouts, deep dive into rye, and well, the big bottle reveal. Bum, bum, bum. Because everything will be assembled. I am not a goofy guy. I'm a very serious commentator on very serious events. Just in a dumb way. Like, for example, Aaron Rodgers is a fucking moron. I don't normally, well, I mean, every once in a while I skirt around real issues, but this, I mean, he's a fucking idiot. Like, hey, you mean the target of the woke mob? I got advice from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's not a doctor. He's a fucking idiot. All right? He's a fucking idiot who he did MMA. He does MMA. He did Fear Factor, and he's a comedian, and he has a podcast. He is an expert on exactly zero. He's the Gwyneth Paltrow for dudes. That's it. You don't take advice from this dum-dum. Jesus Christ. You want to get medical advice? You're a football player. You have access to trained medical professionals 24 hours a fucking day. Are you kidding me? You call Joe Rogan? Look, Aaron, you're a fucking idiot. You're just an absolute dumb idiot. This isn't woke mob bullshit. This is normal people looking at you and saying, you did a dumb thing. Just like when people drive past somebody on the road who crashed into a pole, they say, that guy did a dumb thing. It's not a woke mob. It's like stating the facts. Like, this guy ran into a pole. That was dumb. This is not hard. You did a dumb thing, and you knew it was dumb because you lied about it. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Ranting with Old Up. And see, here's the thing. I don't normally do, like, the performative outrage shit is not something that, like, gets, I don't do that. I don't like performative. I don't like performative anything, really, unless you're actually performing. Performative performance is fun, and you do it for the performance. But, like, performative outrage, like just being outraged for the sake of being outraged, it's a big damn deal. I mean, and the truth be told, I don't really give a shit what Aaron Rodgers does. But, you know, when you do a dumb thing and you come out and say, well, it wasn't, I mean, I lied about doing the dumb thing, but I didn't really do the dumb thing. This is everybody else's fault. Like, take responsibility for your actions, dude. This isn't, God, this is the same thing I tell my 10-year-old. Like, you left your backpack at home. Don't blame anybody else that you left your backpack at home. You hit that kid. Don't blame anybody else that you hit that kid. You did it. Take responsibility for your action. It's nobody else's fault that you're a dumb idiot. Be honest about it. Yeah, I did a dumb thing. I'm a dumb idiot. I took advice from a dumb idiot, and I'm going to continue to do dumb idiot things. All right. Be a dumb idiot. Admit it. Be honest about it. But you're not honest, so, you know. There's that. I hope you get exactly what you deserve. Every bit of it. I didn't even know Aaron Rodgers was a guest host on Jeopardy. That's just whatever. What's next? In fact, here's the thing. I'm so fed up with performative rants. See, the thing about it is, you can do a performative rant about just about anything. I'm moving the camera around. Sorry. You can do a performative rant about just about anything, as long as you don't give a shit. You can fake emotion on just about everything. And so maybe one day we'll do a rant wheel where, like, anybody can just give a topic, put it on the wheel. I'll spin it, grab a random something to rant about, and I'll just go off for 5 minutes and act like I care. But truth be told, there's the filter. Y'all gotta wait. All right. So we tip the barrel. Where's my paddle? Where is my paddle? Where is my paddle? Where? Where's my paddle?
got that. That is that. Now, a couple of things to note here. Couple of things to note here. First off, there's a lot of whiskey in this tray. There's a reason for that. If we look at this filter pad, when I looked at the pressure gauge, I could see the pressure gauge was actually rising a little bit there towards the end, which tells me that these filter pads, I don't know, actually they're pretty clear. Filter pad's pretty clear. There's not anything in there. But because these were the finer filter pads, or the finest of the three, the pressure was beginning to rise, and some of the liquid, instead of going all the way through the filter pads, was getting pushed out through the bottom. So this whiskey, it's kind of an outlet, a safety valve, an off ramp, if you will, so that the motor doesn't burn up too much. But we take this whiskey and we put it in there, and it becomes part of the next run that goes through the filter pads. So they become part of the next run that goes through the filter pads. And then let's see here, it's 3:30. I have time for one more filtration run. I wanted to get started on it. Reading. Hey, McTubis is here. Yes, yelling at clouds. That's exactly what it feels like when people go on rants. It's like they're just screaming for like whatever. It's like they're just mad at nothing. Like, why are you mad? Relax. Chill out. I mean, there's some things that are important to be mad about, but Jesus Christ, for the most part, you know, get even. You know, ranting on YouTube is not going to solve the damn problem. You know, you go out, you organize, you register people to vote, you get moving. That's how you fucking make a difference. Put your energy into stuff that matters. Use that performative rant energy to become something more than just a screaming baby. Make something happen. What is he doing? He's gone off camera again. He's a terrible YouTuber. Why is he off camera? What are we going to do with this guy? Nobody can see what he's doing. I hear noises. What is he doing? This is the worst live stream ever. What are they doing there? What's happening? I'm angry. I'm disturbed. Calm the fuck down. We are going to start the next filtration run right now because I've got an hour, close to an hour, before I have to go pick up my kid, before I have to shut this down and go get my kid. But really, he's in high school. He can take care of himself for a couple hours if I'm late. But I also have to clean up so that I can go do a two Agenti's show, standing room only, which will be on the Facebook. The link is there in chat somewhere. You may have to scroll up. I don't know where it's at. But Q is a really funny comedian. Oops, that's not the one I want. The one I want. Go in there. Q is a really funny local comedian. He does a panel of 6 or 9 people. And they talk about. I mean, you want to hear a good performative rant? Mr. YouTuber, you're not on the center of the screen. If you want to see a good performative rant, go catch Q's show. 8 p.m. tonight. There's 8 people, and they basically get hot takes on current events. And I guarantee the Astroworld shit is going to come up. And Travis Scott deserves every fucking lawsuit that comes against him. He deserves to get taken down. The entire production crew deserves to get taken down for this shit. They shit the bed on this so bad. I ain't even kidding. Like, the security was terrible. Like, the security appeared to be completely untrained, just thugs being like trying to body block people, and it's like, that's not how security works. You're not doing crowd control. You're just trying to fight, and it was just insane. But anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I'm kind of losing track of what I'm trying to do. I'm talking too much. Be patient. Watch what I'm doing. I'll talk while I do it. Okay, so I'm setting up the filtration for this barrel. I'm running short on time. I need to get this done, and I only have a certain amount of time to do it because I got to go pick up my kid, like I said. So as soon as this is done, I'm shutting down the stream. But while this is happening, I have one more thing that I can do to get kind of ahead of the process for tomorrow. So we're going to get started on the next step. Crank this in, make sure it's nice and tight. These are the force pads. This is the first filtration portion. Bring it up. We have whiskey. Ta-da! Okay. Now, I need to clean this table off. So give me a sec while I'm off camera here. What's he doing? Why is he off camera? I like to see what you're doing, YouTube guy. Come on, listen to that. Don't you know it's only interesting if people can see you on camera? Quit doing that voice. It's so stupid.
Everything is a manual process. Every damn thing. Nobody, nothing is coming to do it. Everything is by hand. Until I can get some new machines in here and upgrade some processes. Hell, even winching up those barrels was done by hand. What is he doing? You know what? I'll give y'all a little glimpse. Let's walk you back this way a ways. How's that? Is that better? You see more of what's going on? All right, yeah. Wow. Sharp turn of events. Wow. All right, you guys are nuts, and I love you. I truly do. Love you dearly. Y'all are crazy, and you are an infinite source of entertainment to me. All right, tool bench over here. Stop. Hammer time. Should not let me out. Should never, ever let me out among people because I do stuff like that. Okay, we're good. Clear on table. All right. Where's my pallet jack? Oh, there it is. children in all the neighborhoods all around you. You're a menace to society and yourself. Poison that cause cancer. Why would you do that? Because you know, you're going to probably have to go to hell for this. I just have to take that up with my maker. Deal with it. All right. What we got? Tuna's going to come to Texas to annoy me. You guys crack me up. All right. So what am I up to now? Well, this is the next step of the process. All right. This is the mesh filter on my bottling machine. Before I do any run with bottles, I need to clean it out and make sure that there's nothing blocking this fine mesh. Because if the mesh is blocked, then the stuff goes around the mesh. This is what the first bottles look like. That looks like mud, but that's just a bunch of tiny micro bubbles trapped up in the whiskey. We take that, we dump it out. All right. Move you a little bit closer so it doesn't look like y'all are half an infinity away here. But you can get both sides here. No, shit, I gotta move back to there. Yeah, that should do. Yeah. All right. That's good. All right. Exactly. It looks like coffee, but it does not look like whiskey. It doesn't look like whiskey because it's full of bubbles. And we need to get the air bubbles out of the line. As long as there's air bubbles in the line, we're going to keep getting this. And I think I did it. This is not normal. Yes, tuna. The air bubbles. The air bubbles will settle back out. If I if I ran it and left it to be, left it to sit there for a little while, the air bubbles would eventually come up to the surface and slow down. But the fact that there's air bubbles in it means something's wrong with the system inside of it. There's like bubbles getting in. It's not a somewhere in here is a leak that's allowing air to get into it, and it's making the filter work, or not the filter, the pump work harder than it should, and that could cause it to burn out. And I don't want that to happen. So trying to figure this out. It's not unusual for stuff like this to happen. It's just not the way it's supposed to. I mean, it's normal for things to break and go wrong, just that this is not normal. The fact that it's broken is normal. If I leave this here, it'll eventually clarify on its own. But this is a big but. Lord have mercy. If it was operating normally, it would be up here at the top. It'd be up here at the top of the shoulders and the bottom of the neck. It's not operating normally. Where's my pal? Oh, there. Hi, Window Beer Reviews. All right. We're going to figure this damn thing out. Sounds like what's happening is air in the feed line coming into the filter itself air coming into the feed line. It's this where the problem is. Usually, you can't fucking hear a word I'm saying, can you? Usually, that problem gets solved just by lubricating that gasket that goes into the machine, because it sounds like it's a problem of it collecting air and sending air into the filter. It doesn't look like it's a problem past the filter. It looks like it's a problem prior to the filter. But you see, all those air bubbles work their way out for the most part. But the fact that it's sucking in air, it's on a timer. The fact that it's sucking in air means that the bottle's not full. And if the bottle's not full, it takes longer to do the job. So what I will do see if I can solve the problem with this filter. This is also why I wanted to start this process today versus waiting for tomorrow, because if I can troubleshoot any unanticipated, well, there are always anticipated problems. I just don't know what the problem is. If I can troubleshoot the expected problems, my phone's ringing. Oh, it just stopped. If I can troubleshoot the expected problems, figure out what they're going to be, because I always expect there to be a problem. If I can troubleshoot the problem the day before, I can just show up at the shop tomorrow, flip all the switches, and get started. So, got my bottles where I need my bottles to be, my barrels where I need my barrels to be. I can just get started tomorrow. All these connections appear to be solid. But it's definitely not normal. I think I found it. I think it's this. Yeah. All right. Right there. Where is it? Right there's the problem. Air is entering the system right where my finger is. Pocket knife. I hate doing this. somewhere. I know. All right. Two things there just happened simultaneously. The filter is done. And hello, my darling.
Hey, did you get my text message?
I'm live streaming right now. What text message?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's my wife, everybody.
And hello. That our 10-year-old has set the alarm off on our house 3 times in the last 3 minutes because for some reason he decided to set the alarm on our house for the first time.
Oops. I set the alarm in our house and my 10-year-old set it off.
And I keep getting calls to get it shut off.
That's probably the 1-800 number I got. I just disarmed it. I just got a call from a 1-800 number. I was like, this is odd.
Good, because I bet you have a terrified 10-year-old at the house right now.
Yeah, I just disarmed it.
So I'm getting ready to leave to go home to make sure that he has not.
I'm gonna lock the front door, then unlock it again.
Stop it, because you probably have a 10-year-old that's crying, not knowing what to do right now.
My mistake.
He doesn't have any way to contact us.
I thought I was gonna be home by this time.
All right.
How's that, everybody? Everybody say hi to my lovely wife.
Hello.
Sorry, baby.
All right.
Let
Let me get finished up so I can get out of here.
love you, my dear. Bye. Hey, Spicy. Window beer reviews. All right, so 2 things just happened. I fixed this problem. We're going to go ahead and fill these bottles up. This is what it's supposed to look like coming out of here.
And it's supposed to be filled up to that line, roughly. A little more. This one's a little full. Those are a little perfect. Now they're all a little perfect. There we go. That, my friends, look at this. There you go. Look at that. That compared to where it started. Where's that bottle where it started at? Look at that comparison. This is the original 90 proof, the finished 90 proof. See the difference in the two? Right there. Look at that. Some mighty fine whiskey. Mighty fine whiskey. And now, can y'all see the machine? Can't see the machine. Now you can see the machine. There it is. And I'm not gonna bottle up a lot today. In fact, I'm about to shut this down in about 15 minutes. I just wanted to get the first bottles out of the way, make sure my bottler was working as advertised. Just to confirm it, go 4 more real quick. It is awesome. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Looky there. Perfect levels, except this one a little bit high. Look at that. God damn. I need to do one more set of bottles. And so tomorrow, I'll come in. And at the beginning of the day, I'll do the bottling. I'll start the filtration, and I begin the bottling. And then, 1, 2, 3 more caps. And then, at the end of the day, I'll set up the label machine. This whiskey is not sweet. This whiskey is, all right, that's the one I want right there. In fact, I'm going to give it one more pop. And I'm going to take a little from this one. And a little from this one. And this is the drink I've been waiting for all day long. The first finished shot from the first new release from the Old Humble Distilling Company since 2019. Cheers. That's a good day's work. Now, tomorrow, I'll probably get started around 1 o'clock, give or take. I don't have any obligations in the evening that I am aware of. So I'll get started as soon as I can. After I got some chores I need to get done in the morning. Once I I get those chores done, I'll get in here and get started. Fire up the live stream, go for as long and as late as I can. Filter out the bottles, filter out the barrels, bottle up the bottles, do the work that I can get done. I need to seal this barrel up. There we go. There we go. Stupid things. Make these things one way or the other. Want to be universal. Damn kids ought to get off my lawn. All right. Okay, I put that up like that so we don't lose any of the whiskey. Seal this off. All right, guys. Y'all didn't see any of that, did you? Oh, El Spicy, I don't drink anymore either, but I don't drink any less. But no, it's not a sweet whiskey at all. It is a rye whiskey. It is a smooth rye whiskey. It's a balanced rye whiskey. It's 95% rye, but it's double oaked. This is rye right here, but it's double oaked, so it has more flavor from the barrel to balance out that heavy flavor from the rye. So it doesn't taste like your typical rye whiskey. It tastes a lot smoother, a lot more balanced, a lot more even on your palate. But it is definitely not a sweet whiskey. It is a very full-bodied whiskey. Holy crap, we've got 10 people in the live stream right now. Guys, I will be back at this tonight. Not tonight. Tonight I'm going to be live with Kua Genti over on Facebook. Standing room only TV show. So I can pull up that again. Where's it at? Ah, shit. Where is he? Standing room only. Here's the link for tonight's show. It is live on Facebook, and yes, I know Facebook is trash, but this show is it's good nonsense. It's a different type of nonsense than what we do on Thursday night, but it's good nonsense. Tomorrow I will be back at it with this live stream in the afternoon. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell. When I go live, you'll know. You can come join me. I should be after lunch. I should grab myself a sandwich and I'll come here. And once I come here, I'm going to be basically bottling up whiskey. That's the plan. Today was kind of a potpourri day. Well, today was the first part of the major operation where I stacked up 120 gallons. First off, I dumped 50 gallons of alcohol into our tote over here using Ichabod G. Crane, our newest intern. You can see him from here. Can you see him from here? Yeah, there he is. He has a 10-foot gantry crane right there. So that was the first part of the of what we did here. And then I transferred the alcohol from there into our holding tank. You can see the liquid level on the holding. Actually, you can't because I'm in the way. Liquid level on our holding tank, it went from 625 all the way down to about 175, give or take, and that's liters. And I've got 500 liters in there, so I need to knock off another 30 gallons out of here so that I can refill it with the rest of what's in the tote. And that'll be tomorrow. Once we empty out this barrel, I'll have one free barrel. We'll be able to move everything over one barrel and fill up the next barrel. And then transfer the tote into the
storage tank. And then, well, from there forward, it's just bottling whiskey. No more transferring stuff from point A to point B. I'm still going to need every one of these barrels that I bottle is going to be require 30 gallons transferred from point A to point B. But that's actually going to be much easier in a couple of days because I'll have a liquid transfer pump added to the mix over here. So I won't be lifting up 30 gallons worth of buckets. I'm going to be simply filling up the buckets and transferring it over. That's going to be much easier. Robert C. Yeah, actually, I've been rather cryptic about the release of the rye. The big reveal is on Wednesday when I reveal that when we do our labels and I show off the bottle for the first time. The official reveal is Thursday on our on the podcast. Anytime between Wednesday and Saturday, you can come and get yourself a bottle right here at the distillery. Saturday, officially Saturday, I'll have hours, and I'm going to announce those hours on Wednesday for people to actually come and get the rye. You can come and buy a bottle on site Saturday, probably between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock. And depending on the kind of crowd, we'll do it again next week. We'll do it again the week after. We'll keep doing it every week. We'll bring out bands. We'll bring out food trucks. We'll have the whiskeys. We're going to have a grand damn time, and it's going to be awesome. So yeah, today was the prep time it takes to get to bottling. I mean, 5 hours ago, I started this, and that doesn't count the 3 hours I did yesterday off screen when we transferred the first barrels into that tote. 5 hours from dumping the first barrel into that tote to transferring the whiskey, to filtering the whiskey, 5 hours to bottling up my first case of whiskey. 5 hours. That's how much time it takes to prep this stuff. But once the prep work is done, once we've got everything proofed, I mean, I've got right here behind me in these 4 barrels, 100 cases of whiskey, give or take, 80 cases of whiskey. So I've got 4 days worth of work. 5 hours to give me 4 days worth of work to knock this crap out. But over the next few days, hopefully we'll get some volunteers come in here. The doors are open on both sides of the distillery. If anybody out there wants to come and help us, I'm going to have some other volunteers come and join us. And when we have 3 or 4 people, or when we have a full crew of 5 or 6, we can do 40 cases in like 3 hours. When it's just me, it takes 3 hours to do 20 cases. So, that's kind of the time involvement of the actual process. Because filling the bottles doesn't take that a whole lot of time. Every 27 or so seconds, I fill up 4 bottles. In a course of a minute and a half, I can fill up a case. But then I have to put the seals on them, clean them off, put on the seals, put on the labels. It's the next step and the next step and the next step. Build the boxes, drop the stuff in boxes. Every step is a manual step. Every step is a manual process. And some of these processes take 3 or 4 steps. So there you have it. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our broadcast day. You have been watching the Old Humble Distilling channel, Old Humble Distilling Company on YouTube, on the YouTube channel that is the Old Humble Distilling Company. Tune in next time, tomorrow, to catch the next part of the process. This is the first part of a 72-hour live stream extravaganza. The next part of the live stream extravaganza will not be on my channel. It'll be on Kua Genti's channel, Standing Room Only, which I posted right here on the Facebook. That is 8 p.m. tonight. I will come back after his show. Now, I'm not. I'm going to be tired tonight. I'm going to go to bed. And then I'm going to wake up in the morning. I'm going to get some chores done in the morning. And then I'm going to come in here and get cranking on my on the next phase. Tune in tomorrow. Or don't. I'm not the boss of you. Moose Gal might be the boss of you if you're the Tuna Emperor. She's apparently the boss of the Tuna Emperor now. I'll leave you guys unsupervised for like 5 hours and see what happens. But yeah, and then Wednesday we'll do the bottle reveal. Thursday night on our podcast we do a deep dive into rye, along with the big reveal, and then I will also be doing the Brussels sprouts challenge, where my lovely wife and legal Lisa will be making 3 different Brussels sprout dishes for me to eat, and if I don't throw them up, then I win. I don't know what I win, but I win. So tune in for that, or don't. But we're also on our quest for 500 subscribers. I would really appreciate it if, as you stop by, you would subscribe. We are at 578. We are at 478, rather. And I would really, really, really like to be at 500 by the end of this week. Because if we hit 500 subscribers, when we hit 500 subscribers, not a matter of if, when we hit 500 subscribers, I will spend the night in a spooky haunted cemetery. 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 Okay, enough of that shit. Then the next step, next phase, the next goal, on to 1,000. We go on to 1,000 subscribers, get ourselves monetized, and the bands that the place you see over here, that tasting room that's over there, which is where the tasting room is going to be. I see that line on the wall right there above the drain. That is going to be the back wall of the tasting room going forward. And the tasting room, that right over there, that will be the stage where bands will play, and we will broadcast them out on this very YouTube channel. And when those bands play on videos and when the channel is monetized and those bands play, I'll split the proceeds with the band for the video as it comes out. Not only will I pay them for their show, I will also split the monetization proceeds with them. And then that's that. And when we have big shows out there, I mean, look at this view. Look at that. I mean, that is my front window out there, guys. Look at that shit. That's gorgeous. That is a backdrop for a band to play? I mean, come on. Who could ask for anything more? Well, I mean, I could ask for some more. Like another rye label, single malt label, another bourbon label to go with the 3 that I already have, plus the other rye. I had 7 different labels of whiskey. That's what I could ask for that. That'd be pretty fucking dope. But that's all on the menu for next year. I gotta go pick my kid up and shower. Guys, thank you for tuning in. I thoroughly, thoroughly appreciate it. Catch me tomorrow after lunch. I'm gonna say right around 1 or 2 o'clock. We'll fire this thing up. Best bet, hit the subscribe button, smash the notification bell. When I go live, you'll be notified, and then you can come in and see what nonsense I am up to. I expect tomorrow to be another 5 to 7 hours, and because my goal is to bottle up that entire barrel of whiskey right there behind me. That entire barrel of whiskey right there, so that I can then move on to the next phase and get in somebody else, one of my assistants, to come in and do the bottling for the next phase. I've got four barrels right back here that need to be bottled up. So that's my goal for the next 3 days. Bottle the shit out of whiskey. So tune in, catch up. We'll tell stories. We'll tell lies. We'll swap secrets. And yeah, we'll do the things. We'll do all the things. You'll even see me record memes for Instagram and TikTok. It's going to be dumb. It's going to definitely be dumb. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, thank you so much for tuning in. And until next time, cheers and good night. I'm looking for a screen that I can use as a sign-off screen. I don't think I really have one. I don't have an overlay screen I can use for a sign-off screen, but I do have this.